Hey, we'd like to welcome all in attendance for our December 2nd Wildlife Board meeting. What a beautiful location that we have to meet and be able to discuss the topics, and appreciate all those that have made the travels. We'll start with board introductions and rack chair introductions. We'll start with Bryce down on the end.
Carl Hurst, Central Region.
Randy Dirth, Northeast Region.
Wade Heaton, Southern Region.
Brett Selman, North.
Gary Nielsen, Central.
All right, and I'll like to introduce our director sitting next to me, Jay Shirley, and he has been doing a wonderful job for us. Would like to ask for approval on the agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda for today.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Randy and a second by Gary. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. Okay. I'm already jumping the gun, so I'm going to go back to introduction of the rack chairs, and we'll start with Braden.
Braden Richmond from the Southern region, representing sportsmen.
Scoop Flannery from the Southeast region. I'm stepping in for our chair, Kent Johnson, who couldn't make it today, representing sportsmen as well.
I'm Brett Prevedel from the Northeast region, and I represent public at large.
Brock McMillan from the Central region.
Justin Oliver from the Northern region. I also represent the public at large.
Okay. Thank you very much. So excited about today that I just jumped right into it. I'd like to ask for approval on the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from the November meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion by Wade, seconded by Carl. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. Like to turn the time over to Randy for some action log items.
We've got a few of them today to talk about. One of them that we had a motion that we asked the division to review the possibility of youth any weapon elk tags going to residents only, and to bring back the information, and that was about a year ago. And so we'd have somebody maybe talk to us about that. Colby?
Yeah, so when the board, the board asked us to look into this, the answer of can we do it? There are 500 youth any bull permits. And of those, 10% or 50 go to non-residents in the draw. So can we do it? Can we move all those to residents? And the simple answer is yes. But that's something we can't support. And here are the reasons why. The first reason is a lot of our residents in Utah hunt out of state, and they take their family members, their kids, their sons, their daughters out of state to hunt. And they do it on a lot of these special youth hunts out of state. And if we set a trend of eliminating that opportunity in our state for non-residents, it's just not a good place to go. Then what do we do when our residents want to go out of state and hunt other states? And so defending that small amount of opportunity that we give, we feel like as an agency is very important. The other reason why is because even if somebody is a non-resident, it doesn't mean they don't have family here. A non-resident youth could have grandparents or other family members here, and to come back and hunt with aunts or uncles or grandparents and allow them that opportunity, we felt like was important. So it's a small number of permits, it's just 10%, and we'd like to maintain that opportunity for those reasons.
Colby, before you leave, a couple questions in. How many non-resident youth applications did we get in the last couple of years? I mean, average, how many are we getting? I mean, we're getting 50 tags. How many are they really people putting in for that.
I can get you those data, Randy. Lindy will have that. I don't have that with me right now, but I can get you those data.
Their figures are going. I'm sure it's not many. We're not talking a lot of money here. Those 50 tags aren't a lot of money. It's just that, the input that I think some of us have received is let's support our youth. And I don't know how many other states in the western states have limited entry youth opportunities. I know several have hunt opportunities where you can get a tag, buy a tag, but limited entry. Is there other ones that have a limited entry that allow non-residents to do this?
Okay, so the answer to the first question is it's 421 non-resident applicants. And although this opportunity feels limited, it's still a general season opportunity. It's a general season youth any bull hunt, so it's classified that way. As far as limited entry hunts across the West that offer some opportunity to youth, I don't know the answer to that either. But this isn't a limited entry hunt. It may feel that way, but that's.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you're right. It's a general season. It feels like limited entry because it's a draw opportunity as opposed to over-the-counter type.
And that's a fair comment.
So that makes sense.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Thank you.
The next one we have is, it was presented last August, I guess. This is, we asked the division to investigate the playing field between non-residents and residents on picking specific species bonus points. I think, Colby, was you going to, nope, Lindy's going to address that one for us.
So this one came from Carl Hurst. So currently right now we allow our non-residents to apply for all of our limited entry in once in a lifetime species. So once we got the action item, we started looking into it, and only major life changes would kind of affect this. So if a non-resident moved to Utah, they could have more points for other species other than just the one limited entry and the one in the once in a lifetime species. So when we pulled up the data, it looks like in 2021, we had 108 non-residents move to Utah that had bonus points between 6 and 12, because 12 is the max that they can have because it started in 2009. So they can't have max bonus points because it didn't start in 1993 when our draw system was put in place. Out of those 108 non-residents that became residents, only 15 of them drew this year, but they all had max points for the hunt they drew out for. So a lot of them had over 15 points to draw out for those hunts. After looking at all the data, we saw that this wasn't a significant number. And it would take a major life change for these applicants to come to Utah, something for job related or family related, where they just move here. But when they do move here, they have to still pick one limited entry and one once in a lifetime application. They still can't apply for everything. And out of those 108 applicants, the average was 1.5 so not all of them are applying for, both limited entry and once in a lifetime. Sometimes they're still only picking one, even though they have points for other species. Because of this, it is a low frequency event. It does have a significant revenue to it, revenue change. So while we understand there is a concern, the perceived is, non-residents are moving to Utah with multiple points in each species, above what everyone else would have. Not everyone can have max points though. So our recommendation is still look into it deeper, kind of look at the next couple of years, see how it plays out, and see what kind of options there are in the future.
Question, Lindy. So last year there was 100 non-residents that moved back. Is that about what it is each year?
So, they had from 6 to 12 points, the 108. There's about 250 total that had from 0 like as a first-time non-resident moving to Utah as a resident. And yeah, it's give or take about 10 to 15 each year, both ways.
Okay.
You know, a couple years ago, it was lower, and, you know, actually in 2020 it was a little bit higher, and this 2021 was lower, but it ranges from about 15 to 20 going each direction.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question? Lindy, you mentioned the, I suppose, reason and the motivation that the division would like to stay this way is basically just revenue generation. Is it simply just the application fee? I mean, I suppose some of them are just applying for a bonus point. That really is the only revenue coming in, correct?
Correct, yes, the application fee. And that's not the only reason why we're suggesting to leave it as, you know, recommend to leave it. It's a low impact. You know, we only had 108 that had, you know, 6 points or higher move into the state of Utah. And out of the almost 600,000 applications, that's a really low percentage of applicants. That's why we're recommending to look, to keep, you know, an eye on it and look, and maybe in the future recommend something different. But as of right now, but yeah, the revenue has a little portion of it too.
Thanks.
This is a topic I brought up, and after working with Lindy and the DDR staff, I believe the optics of this is worse than the reality of it when you get into the details. Because I was under the impression somebody can move back and go elk, deer, antelope, sheep, goat. It isn't going to be that reality. So the reality is different. But I believe that we should have a discussion over the economics of it. We're very inexpensive. If you apply out of state, we're a market. And so what I think we should do is in the spring at one of our board meetings, we talk about, is it better to up the application fee or is it better to up the license fee? Because sometimes those license fees turn into, every dollar turns into 5 or 6. So and let the economics of this regulate it rather than an order that says you can't apply or you can't apply. So I just think that, like everything else, this topic is more complicated than it appears from the outside. And I think we have a further discussion on maybe letting the economics of increasing the license fee or increasing the application fee balance out and let people make a decision where the optics are not the reality of the situation.
Thank you. Any other questions for Lindy? Thanks for looking into that for us. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Lindy. Let's see, the last one we have is, we asked the division to place a list of allocated permits on the unit by the division's website. Are we ready to talk about that today, Justin? It says, we direct the division to place a list of allocated permits by unit on the division's website. That was, all the units are, all the permits allocated by unit.
Yeah, that has since been done. We did that several months ago. I think that's a recommendation that came from the Southern region. It was brought up at their RAC meeting the last time, and we have that on our website now under the hunting page.
Okay, thank you. That's all of them, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for doing that so timely, Justin. Like to turn the time over to the director for an update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll have to second the idea of having a wildlife board meeting in this building. Feels pretty good as opposed to our Salt Lake office. This gets me a little bit more in the vibe. So I'm glad we're here this morning, and this is an amazing place. So this morning, before I start on my update, I just wanted to take a second, if that's okay, and thank our RACs and our board and our public for all that you're doing for us. My date nights have turned into listening to RAC meetings, reviewing RAC meetings. My wife's even getting a little more into it as we listen to some of the issues that we're trying to tackle. And it's a process, and we all know and understand that process and the work that goes into that. Both that there, I just want to make sure that you understand that the division is grateful for the service of our board and our RAC and our public and our sportsmen's organizations that are here putting in a lot of time. And it's a process to get what we need, and the division is doing the best job that we can to bring the best science to the table, and knowing that we are here to serve the public and to make those decisions. So we're trying to do our best job that we can at listening, and just want to make sure that we're showing our gratitude for the process as well. So with that, I am going to try to up my game with our DWR update and show some beautiful slides in the process of doing this. And I think they're going to advance them for me. Oh, okay, here we go. I'm going to try to advance them myself. So our administrative services section, we have our turkey application period opened yesterday. It runs till the 27th. So get your applications in there. Our aquatic section, Navajo Lake was treated this last month to remove Utah chubs. The treatment was successful, and there will be a management team established in order to develop a fishery that will be more attractive to anglers and less prone to the overpopulation of Utah chub in the future. Our kokanee salmon egg take is over. In spite of drought and low stream flows, we achieved our goals for the eggs that we need for next year. Fish Lake Marina. The rebuild is in its third and hopefully final year. Both marinas will be completely restructured, and the facilities will be more able to accommodate larger boats that needed a deeper draft. These improvements will also enable anglers more access to courtesy docks, fish cleaning stations, parking, and overnight slips. Had a lot of partners in making this happen, just like we do with anything with wildlife management in this state. And just, these are updates that have been needed and will benefit a lot of public moving forward. Our habitat section, this was out in the media a couple weeks ago. We were able to acquire Cinnamon Creek through Sitla's auction. We're super excited about this. Again, this is a project that we couldn't have done it without partners and support, and the division was, we really wanted this piece of habitat to protect it for the future and to keep access for hunting and angling and wildlife recreation in general. And our partners really stepped up, and we had Mule Deer Foundation, Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Nature Conservancy, our legislative body at the state of Utah, and the Fish and Wildlife Service all partnering on the division being able to be in the process to be able to go after this property. And we're excited that it worked out for us, and hopefully we'll be able to take some type of a field trip or field tour when spring flies. So we'll be working through what, habitat management plans and stuff like that moving forward. But it's a beautiful piece of property, high elevation, a lot of deer, elk, moose, sage grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, cutthroat trout. Anyway, we're very grateful for the support that we had, and it's just another good example of what we can do when we need to and when we partner together. So other things in our habitat section, we're working on restoration and fire projects continue statewide. Guzzler maintenance, new installation projects are moving forward. We're putting goose nesting boxes in some of our WMAs, and then that, my kids would say, sick picture of that tractor, Mad Max. We're using that for a bunch of habitat work. Pretty neat. I think we have a YouTube video on Mad Max. So our law enforcement section, we just are in the process of finishing post with 5 new officers that will graduate on December 16th. We have also had a new roster that is just going through the process, and we'll be testing 46 additional applications. So they've made it through the initial steps, and now they'll be doing real testing, if you will. Another highlight with our enforcement section is our canine program. It's a pretty good picture of Canine Cooper there with his handler, Justin Brimhall. We're getting a lot of success through that program, a lot of agency partnerships. The ability of our dogs to track is being figured out statewide. So we're able to assist a lot of other law enforcement agencies and search and rescue operations in using our dogs. The other 4 canines that we have are all labs. Continuing with our enforcement section, October is always a super busy time for them. We had some very good cases. Just to highlight a couple, a case from Florida where a Florida resident had a sheep permit. We put a stop to that before he had obtained that permit in violation of our laws. And then another case that's just coming, charges have not yet been filed, but a little over 3 dozen illegal animals, everything from big game to small game to fur bearers on one individual that you'll likely see information coming out on that very, very soon. This is in addition to just the crazy month that October is for our officers and responding to calls all over the state. So we've been down a lot of positions. So real kudos to the work that's been going on there. Our conservation outreach section, our hardware ranch season starts on December 10th. No sleigh rides because of a drought-related hay shortage, but we'll have 2 new exhibits to see in our Echo Center. One of those is dealing with the migration initiative that was at the state fair. We got a lot of good public feedback from that. So that is now up at Hardware Ranch. Sounds like a good place to take your family. The other thing we wanted to mention here is that USU recently hosted a Delta Waterfowl University hunting program where 10 people without a hunting history signed up this fall. 8 were graduate students and 2 were faculty. They're able to complete the course, go out and hunt. And anyway, Delta Waterfowl is working with other universities to expand that program. We kind of wanted to highlight what's going on there. And our wildlife section, deer classification and big game capture work is now underway. There's a schedule out there. We're inviting you to be involved with that. If you're interested, please reach out and we'll get you the information that you need. These are happening all over the state. The classification is obviously everywhere, and then our capture projects have a pretty tight schedule that changes based on weather and helicopters and stuff like that. But we do have a schedule, so if you're interested in a specific area or want to join us on those, please reach out to us and know that you're invited. We also, you probably saw this media release come out on a new bighorn sheep, desert bighorn sheep nursery herd facility that we've partnered with Young Living. I think it's Skyrider Ranch to be able to host that. So we're excited about that opportunity and what that does for our ability to move desert bighorn sheep in the future. And the swan hunt closed early this year. I got a feeling we'll talk a little bit about that today, so we probably don't need to talk a whole lot about that. A couple other things that we're looking at, the BLM with our sage grouse management areas, they've hit certain triggers, so the BLM's analyzing that. We're helping with that. Fall turkey hunts are underway. We'll also be beginning translocation efforts with that. Our pheasant hunt, you still have a couple more days. So we've released more than 12,000 pen-reared birds this year. Really neat. I mean, it is what it is, and we're doing the best that we can to provide those opportunities out there. And we have a lot of partners. There's been a lot of great things going on across the state with providing those opportunities, and it's really been a big success. And anyway, it continues to grow and to give some opportunity out there. And then the other thing I'll mention is that our quail season is open and closes on December 31st. So another good opportunity to get out there and be involved. And with that, I'll just say thank you and appreciate what everyone's doing out there.
Director, you really did step up your game. That was a awesome presentation. So thank you. And we do recognize and appreciate all that the division's doing. There's amazing amount going on. We'll have our agenda item number 5. Just want to point out that in the back by the doors there are the comment cards. If you'll fill those out and hand them into Stacy and Paige. There'll be a 3-minute comment period. Stacy, the one question I have is, does not look like there's a mic here. So will they all speak in the, oh, okay, we got a mic. So we'll have you come up and speak right here in the front.
Chairman, I messed up. That's why I caught Justin off surprise on that last one. I read the wrong action item that was due the third one that was due this month.
Okay.
Can we do that first? Are you okay with
Sure.
that?
Yeah.
I apologize. This one was, it says, we track the division's progress of the 2023 draw application date changes with an update to the Wildlife Board on that. I suspect Lindy, you'll talk to us on that one.
So with that one, if we could postpone it to our informational, which is item number 6, because that actually addresses that action item. Does that work?
Yes.
Works for me, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So again, fill out your comment card. Please come here to the front, and you'll have 3 minutes per individual. With that, we'll go to Blair Stringham. Blair, since it's been just a little bit of time since the racks, and there's another ongoing set of racks going on, can you just give us a real quick, this is the Waterfowl Recommendations, just a real brief review?
Yeah, I'd love to, Mr. Chair. So we are proposing Waterfowl Recommendations for a 3-year cycle. So this will be from 2022 to 2024. And there aren't a whole lot of changes to what we're proposing. We're proposing the ducks hunt start and end roughly the same time frame as they have in the past. And a lot of these changes will be dependent upon what happens with the flyway and with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And so we're asking the board to essentially approve everything that would allow us to have the maximum season dates and bag limits offered by the flyway. 2 of the main changes that are happening are with Canada geese. We're recommending a little bit of a change to the season dates to have fixed season dates for the last part of the hunts in the northern zone and the Wasatch Front zone. Those will be similar to what they have been in the past, but they will have fixed end dates of January 31st and February 15th in those 2 zones. We're also proposing to separate out white front geese from the Canada goose bag limit or dark goose bag limit. So they'll have a separate bag limit, but same season dates as the Canada goose hunt areas. We're recommending a small change to the light goose season in the northern zone. That's just adjusting the dates a little bit to coincide more with when white geese are in the state. And lastly, we're recommending that people who hunt swans have to take the swan orientation course annually before applying for a permit. And that's all the changes we're doing this year.
You've been working hard on these issues. Yeah. Questions from the board? Maybe you didn't hear me. Questions from the board?
Blair, I've got one that I wrote down here. We've got a quota of 20 trumpeter swans. Help me understand where that quota came from and why it's there.
Okay. Yeah, so about 20 years ago, there was a lawsuit that was put forth essentially trying to close down the swan hunt or at least restrict swan hunting opportunities in Utah and Nevada specifically. And the goal was to try to increase migration patterns for a group of swans in the greater Yellowstone area. And it was thought that if those birds, who were largely sedentary at that time, started migrating south, they'd move through Utah and Nevada on their way to California, which is what most swans do. And that if they were getting shot here, then it would essentially end that behavior and it wouldn't be passed on to swans. And that migration route wouldn't be established. And so one of the caveats for us having a swan hunt was for us to have a quota. So that if we shot a certain number of trumpeter swans, the season would be shut down. And so it started at 10. And about 3 years ago, we increased that to 20. But once we hit that quota, then we do have to shut the swan season down, regardless of when or how many swans have been shot at that point.
So we've got, quite a few emails and some comments from at least the Northern Rack about obviously people targeting trumpeters. Is it true that half of the quota is getting shot off the public shooting grounds? And would we be open to closing that back off, since I hate how it's taken away so much opportunity, so because we're closing it so early, and it seems like if that's actually the case, is that a good idea?
Yeah, so to address your comment, yes, it is true. We require each person who shoots a swan to have it checked in, and so we know the locations of where all those birds are taken. It has been increasing the last couple of years. So last year, maybe about a third were taken from public. This year, it was probably about 40 to 50% were taken either there or in adjacent areas that are in a new hunt area we opened 3 years ago. In terms of closing public, it's not something that we would support as a division, and primarily because it's such a popular place to hunt swans and it provides such a great opportunity. Having a WMA that we manage for waterfowl hunters, and we'd like to keep that open. And that's part of the reason why we've focused on more of the educational component, because we feel like that'll at least help some of those people that are accidentally taking swans. And the other half of people who are targeting them would probably support something more along the lines of like a waiting period to try to discourage them from doing it as well.
It just seems like that yeah, we don't want to lose opportunity. It's a great place, but if that's where half of them are getting killed, I'd rather we're losing a lot more opportunity of people being able to shoot them than not go there to shoot them. I think we're losing a lot more opportunity by closing the season, 3 weeks early.
Yeah.
So Blair, let me see if I understand what your comment just was. So you're stating that instead of closing the public shooting grounds to everyone to hunt the swans, you would recommend that if an individual is targeting the trumpeter swan, that they have a waiting period, and by doing that, you still allow public shooting grounds for people to hunt where a lot of the other swans are being able to be harvested, and it may take away from those people that are targeting the trumpeter.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, and part of the reason for that is looking at our data this year, we've seen about 50% of the swans that were harvested came from public shooting grounds. And so that's roughly about 500 people shot their swans there this year. And so it's such an awesome opportunity. We hate to close that prematurely. We'd like to focus on that education component first. Part of the other thing going on right here is we're collecting feathers from our trumpeters to see where the birds are coming from. And we're hopeful that a lot of those birds aren't coming from that Yellowstone area. There's roughly 1,000 birds there, and there's about 60,000 plus birds across Canada and Alaska. And so if the trumpeter swans migrant for Utah that are getting shot are largely from that Canada-Alaska area, it may give us the opportunity to go back to the Pacific Flyway and Fish and Wildlife Service and propose doing away with the quota, which at that point would allow us to shoot more trumpeters and also be able to keep public open. So
when do you look to being able to have that data back, and also how long is the time frame once you have the data to go to the flyway and to the Fish and Wildlife Service to be able to make those recommendations?
So the timeline for the feather stuff should be hopefully done by this spring or summer. Our timeline for doing regulations through the flyway and Fish and Wildlife Service is essentially a year in advance. And so we start setting those regulations in August or September. The Fish and Wildlife Service generally finalizes those about October or November, the season before, and then they have a comment period, and essentially the following fall is when those will go into effect.
So it would probably, the earliest be 2023.
Yep. Yep, so we just went through the process of setting the season for 2022. So ideally, next fall, we would be able to start working on 2023 regulations and try to get something like that in place.
Oh, okay. And just to follow up, so if the board did entertain the 5-year waiting period for those individuals that do take the trumpeter swan, what effect does the division see that would have on extending the season of the regular swan hunt?
So I think it would make those people who are unfamiliar with Swan ID, they would have to start focusing more on what bird they shoot, so they wouldn't fall into that category of shooting a trumpeter swan. For the people targeting, it's hard to say what kind of incentive would discourage them from doing that, but taking away their opportunity to hunt in the future could potentially keep some of those people from doing that.
Thank you.
We've had some comments about not only identifying a swan in the air, but once we've got one dead, that we're classifying those correctly. Could you explain that process to us a little bit more?
Yeah, so it's been one of the criticisms of swan hunters that when they go in to have their birds checked, people are misidentifying them. There is a challenge there because a lot of our front counter staff turn over fairly regularly, and so we have a lot of new people measuring swans each year. And we do have a protocol in place to essentially teach them how to do that. But if they do identify a trumpeter, they have to contact me and essentially give me the information before we make a final decision on if it's a trumpeter or not. And so I've been screening each one of those. Sometimes we find out that it's a larger measurement than should be for a tundra, but they still have a yellow eye lure, which makes them a tundra. Other times there's other discrepancies that have occurred and they're not a trumpeter. But if they are a trumpeter and I verify that and it is a trumpeter, then we call it a trumpeter.
So it's not just the individual out at the WMA. You're the clearinghouse. You're the final check on that.
Yeah, and we have swans being measured all over the state. We have them in our Salt Lake office, our other 5 regional offices. Sometimes our WMA staff do it. Sometimes we have Bear River Refuge, they check some. So there's a lot of people doing it. We've tried to standardize that with sending them all to me before we make a final decision on whether it's a trumpeter or a tundra.
Thank you.
How hard would it be to put a waiting period in place? I mean, is that something we could move on today?
Yeah, I believe it's something that we could do through licensing on. Lindy, maybe you have a little bit insight into what would go into it, but I think it's within the realm of possibilities. A waiting period for swan hunters that shoot trumpeters.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Typically, we would just have to, put programming in place, something that we can do. Just something to put into thought that general season permits, don't have waiting periods, but it is something that we can initially do. So once we get the okay from Blair that they've shot a trumpeter, then we would initialize that. So it is possible.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I guess I got one more. If we had a waiting period, it would be a waiting period to hunt swans totally, right? Not just trumpeters, but a tundra, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, our permit isn't specific to either species. It's just a generic swan hunt permit. So.
Thank you. Go to questions from the RAC chairs. Okay, Justin?
Would the division entertain possibly shortening or opening the season on the public shooting grounds to a later date, maybe to allow more opportunity, and then towards the end, open the public shooting grounds to where we might not reach the what's the word I'm looking for? We might not reach that quota of the trumpeters.
Adjusting the season dates, I don't know if it would have a huge impact one way or the other. We tend to not even really see any swans come into the state until about the end of October. And so, I mean, starting the season later probably would keep a few people from potentially shooting a swan early, but there's not necessarily a time period when trumpeters come in and tundras aren't there or vice versa. They all tend to come in at about the same time. So.
All right.
Any other questions from RAC chairs?
Chairman, I'm going to ask the reverse question. Instead of opening it later, let's close it earlier. What would that, I mean, the last part of this swan hunt is when we're killing swans. So I mean, when we're killing the trumpeters. If we just had a separate season for public, we'd still allow them to hunt there, but then we shut it down early. And if you still have a tag, you can still go somewhere else.
Yes, I believe it was the Central region that proposed something similar to that, of having like a limit of 10 and then closing public. Something like that would be possible. It's what we do for some of our other hunt areas like cougar and bear and things like that. We close an area once we meet a quota. It would logistically just be a little bit more of a challenge. We'd have to spread the word. Really, we tend to see our trumpeter harvest start about the first part of November and really kind of continues through November up until about Thanksgiving time period when we've closed. Don't know exactly what would happen if it went longer than that. But they tend to coincide again with when tundras come in. And so the peak number of trumpeters being harvested is also during about the peak time of tundra migration. Those birds tend to start leaving about the time of the first freeze, which is generally about mid to late November. And so after that, we have maybe 5,000 or 6,000 swans in Utah in a typical year during the month of December after that hard freeze occurs.
And I think in some of my discussions with you yesterday, I think helped me understand that some of this comes from even the director's update today of acquiring the Cinnamon Creek. There is a lot of effort by the public and partners to allow public hunting on those areas. And the public shooting grounds is the same in that it is open to the public. I think a little bit of the hesitancy to close that or to put some season dates on that is that it takes away from, just because of trumpeters, it takes away from a lot of that other hunting. So your hope would be to more put a restriction on those people that are targeting those trumpeter swan. Is that kind of the main reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Can I ask one more question? But we talked, it would be closed only to swan hunting, not to all other waterfowl hunting. If we were to propose a early closing on that, we would still leave it open for public to hunt. Waterfowl would just be closed to swan hunting on that the last 2 weeks, or if that were to happen. That could take place, couldn't it?
Yeah, yep. So currently the swan season would have closed the second week of December. Yeah, waterfowl like ducks, geese, snipe, all that stuff has separate season dates and wouldn't be impacted by the swan closure.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? All right. With that, we'll ask the director to give us a summary of our public comment.
For agenda item number 5, the waterfowl recommendations, we had 11 comments that were received. All the comments received were supportive or neutral to the division's proposal. 5 comments, 45%, strongly or somewhat agreed, and 6 were either neutral. The major themes that we should implement a waiting period for those that harvest trumpeter swans to discourage them from targeting trumpeters. And the other theme we would mention is to ban swan hunting at public shooting grounds. That's it.
All right. With that, we will ask for comments from the audience. We've just received one. Yeah, please, if you have any comments, hand those in to Stacy. First one will be Alan Peterson. Please, right here in the front. Thank you.
My name is Alan Peterson. I'm the first vice president of the Wasatch Widgeons Association. We are a hunter-sponsored conservation group started about 6 years ago by waterfowlers like myself who wanted to do something to give back. All of the money that we raise stays here in the state, so everything stays here. All of our money, all of our work efforts are focused primarily along the shores of the Great Salt Lake in our waterfowl management areas and at Bear River Bird Refuge. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the work that you do that provide opportunities for people like me to enjoy Utah's wildlife and wild places. My comments are relative to the swan hunt. I see 2 critical issues. First of all is a PR problem. Every time we reach the quota, which we have for the past 3 years, including this year, There's at least an article in the Salt Lake Tribune, and if you follow those comments, you see that the implication is that the trumpeter swan population is threatened with extinction and that hunters are the problem, when we all know that that's not the case. But again, it's PR and it's perception. Every time we close it down early, it looks like we're doing something wrong when the opposite is actually the case. And as you've heard from Blair, and I want to recognize Blair and the other waterfowl management managers, we've had great relations with them. It's a real privilege to work with Blair and the others in the work that we do in the marshes here, and grateful for his attention to this as well. That kind of public pressure can very easily create a situation like 20 years ago where we had a lawsuit where we could lose the opportunity to hunt swans. And so at least in the short term, we need to be thinking about specific efforts like perhaps closing public, which is something that Wasatch Woodlands would support if it was found that that could have a positive impact. We also think other efforts like disincentives, a waiting period, though we'd suggest for youth 17 and under a 3-year waiting period, and adults a 5-year waiting period. The second problem is the one that's been mentioned, and we also want to indicate we see the problem, is that it takes away opportunities for hunters. The first year that we hit the quota, the season closed 1 day early. Blair, correct me if I'm wrong. Last year it was 8 days early, and this year 16 days early. By the time I'm able to qualify and have enough points to get a tag again, which would be 2024, the season may be less than a month. The impact that has on people to have what I think is one of the greatest hunting opportunities in the state, to hunt swans, you can see that impact. And secondly I don't know what impact that has on the management goals that you have for maintaining that population in a way so that we don't have the kind of starvation issues that started the swan hunt for us back in the 60s. So again, from Wasatch Woodlands' standpoint, we would like to see those disincentives. Some of you saw the information that we sent out. We would support, and also let you know that we stand ready to do whatever we can to support education efforts. We're willing to put money and time behind those education efforts. We believe that the education is not as important as the disincentives, because if you look at the social media posts and talk to hunters, the 20 trumpeters killed are because people are targeting them. Very few of those are incidental take. And the 20 bird quota was for incidental take, and that's not happening. So we need to disincentivize those people who are specifically targeting the trumpeters until such time, which is our hope, that Blair's information will indicate that these swans are coming from Alaska and Canada and not from the Yellowstone population or the Rocky Mountain population. And therefore that opens up the opportunities for all of us to have opportunity to harvest such magnificent creatures. Again, thank you for your time and your energy, and appreciate the chance to represent our members today. Thank you.
Alan, thank you. There's some good information there for us to consider. Troy Justison, followed by Tanner Carlson.
Good morning. One quick question for Blair. With that take on the northern half on public, did that include the clubs? And if it does include the clubs, how many trumpeters are being killed on the clubs versus actually public ground?
It's a little less than 50% on public, and then there's about 5 or 6 more on the non-public ground of clubs and agricultural fields and things like that up there.
So the majority are being killed on public shooting grounds versus the clubs then?
Yep.
I'm representing myself today. This hasn't become before our fulfillment committee, but as an avid waterfowl hunter and a swan hunter, it needs to be our last resort to close public shooting grounds, to take away that opportunity, and it spreads swan hunters out. The first thing that we need to do, in my opinion, would be to enact this waiting period to see if it curtails or discourages these people from shooting trumpeters, and then it also buys us time to get the data to verify whether these are Yellowstone or coming from Canada or Alaska. But I'd really be nervous about shutting that down and having that public access and the ability to hunt public shooting grounds. Thank you. We support the division's I support the division's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Tanner?
Tanner Carlson, representing myself today. First, I just want to thank Blair for all of his hard work. This has been a tough thing for sure. I was born and raised in Davis County, hunted swans as long as I can, duck and goose hunted my whole life. I would hate to see public get closed to swan hunting. I was able to help people fill swan tags this year. It's silly that people are shooting trumpeters. I get the idea of shooting a big white bird. The hunters were with, we were able to finish birds. We were able to look them over. I think the 3 to 5 year waiting period would be a perfect solution to, if you harvest a trumpeter, you go into a 3 to 5 year waiting period. The other thing that came to my mind that would be awesome is on that waiting period, it also gives people that haven't drawn a swan tag an opportunity to. Right now we have the same X number of hunters putting in, where if somebody shoots a trumpeter, that now gives somebody else that's never drawn a tag that better of a chance to draw a swan tag. So I think if you shoot a trumpeter, you need to go into a 3 to 5 year waiting period. I love the ethics course, being able to identify birds in the air as well as on the water. And so, yeah, I think that would be a great route, but I would hate to see public shooting grounds get closed because that is such a fantastic marsh that the public gets to benefit. Thank you for your time.
That's all the comment cards we have, like for rack chairs. Like to go to our rack chairs, and we'll start with Braden.
So the Southern Rack had a motion to approve as presented, and that passed unanimous. However, I would like to just make a comment, if I may. We did have some discussion, limited discussion on the swans and what should happen. At the time, our rack was prior to it closing down, so we didn't have, we hadn't seen that for the 3rd year in a row. Also, some of the data that's been presented here today of where they're getting shot, and there's some data of specific targeting, which at the time we had some discussion on that, and we're told we didn't know how much of that was occurring. I don't know what would have come from our discussion had we had more data. I think maybe we would have had another motion. I don't know. But just to point out, we didn't have the data that you have today with our motion.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Braden, because I think oftentimes this wildlife board meeting is a culmination of that, where sometimes there's some new information that comes out, and that's a good point. So thank you. Scoot, I know you come from a place that has a lot of waterfowl and water, so.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This one was pretty tough for me personally. But so there was a motion to accept the recommendations as presented, but additionally to encourage the DWR to investigate different methods, both punitive and non-punitive, to deter the harvest of trumpeter swans. That motion passed 8-3. I was one of the dissenting votes on that. And I'll tell you right now that it was mostly out of ignorance to the issue. And since then, I've looked into it more, and honestly, if I have the chance to go back, I'd say, okay, yeah, let's look at this a little bit and see what we can do to address it. So,
thanks, Scoot. Appreciate that, Brett.
Yes, the Northeast region voted unanimously to accept the division's recommendation as presented.
Thank you, Brock.
Yeah, the Central region had a lengthy discussion, much like what's been going on here so far. And the only idea that we had that we discussed that hasn't been discussed here is if they shoot a trumpeter to confiscate that animal, that would completely disincentivize it. But then we thought we might be harming a youth that took an incidental swan and so forth. Anyway, in the end, we had a motion to accept as presented from the division, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Brock. Justin, I know you guys took a lot of comment and have taken a lot of time on this, so look forward to your update.
Yes, I think where the majority of it takes place in our region, there was a lot of discussion, and much like what Braden said, first we did have a motion to accept the waterfowl recommendation, and it did pass unanimously, but they also asked the division to look into limiting the number of trumpeter swans being taken. Last night we met, and prior to the meeting, many of the RAC members spoke about this, and it came up in our comment period, but had we had the information we have today, there is no doubt there would have been a motion to close public shooting grounds. I don't know that that would have passed, but there would have been a motion for that. There also would have been a motion to put a waiting period on, and I know that would have passed, but take that for what it's worth.
So a couple questions, Justin, because I think that we do need to vet exactly what what was going on there. I guess the question would be, much of the comments that we received from the public today and from the division is that they would rather target those people that are targeting the trumpeter swan and take that away. Yet there's been comments, from yourself and from Bryce that are both from the northern region as to close that public shooting grounds. And can you elaborate why that would be something that the northern region RAC would entertain as to opposed to the 5-year waiting period?
I'll try to address it. The biggest thing is we don't want to sit and do nothing. Obviously, this is a problem. We didn't realize just how much targeting was taking place. I myself, on job sites, know of 3 different individuals who told me they were targeting him. Before this meeting, I'd heard rumors of targeting, didn't realize just what it was doing. Also didn't realize how many people hadn't even had the opportunity to use their swan permit. They were waiting, some areas they're waiting for the ice to come on the water before they go out. I didn't realize how many people didn't even go out in the field as they were waiting to use their permit a little later in the season. Maybe it's work for whatever reason. And so the amount of opportunity that was being taken away has been brought to our attention in the last week or so. Hasn't been a lot of talk on closing it's not that we hate to take away from public, just want to do something that's going to address this, because right now, I don't feel like if we just go what the recommendation is, don't feel like it's going to have the effect it needs to. So
do you think that since this new information, and especially the 5-year waiting period, do you think that that is being active management that could be something that would help in this?
I personally, yes, I believe it would definitely make a difference. I think that it's not too harsh of a punishment for someone who does accidentally take one. They're not, probably if they're accidentally taking one, they're not a very avid waterfowl hunter. I might be wrong saying that. And so they've taken a swan. It's something they wanted to do. It's probably off their bucket list. Those who are targeting them are putting in yearly and trying to get that permit. And I think if they don't have the opportunity to get back out, I think that waiting period would really sway their decision as those birds are flying over if they pulled the trigger or not.
Thank you. I want to make sure that our RAC chairs know that what we get out of your RACs and the questions that you ask and how you direct that really helps us tremendously. And I thank you for that. I want to give some time to Blair for some clarification on any of the comments.
Yeah, I guess just one thing that I was thinking about, I guess as you guys have been discussing this, is looking at the historical data, we generally average around 40% of our swan permits get filled every year. This year, it was down a little bit. It was closer to about 36%. So potentially some people weren't able to get out. One of the things that swan hunters seem to be learning is when swan hunting gives you lemons, you make lemonade earlier. So they tend to have been going out earlier in the season, but they aren't necessarily shooting any less than they have either. It's just closing earlier. So something to consider. Again, with all the things that have been talked about, closing public is probably something we wouldn't support simply just because of the opportunity that exists there. I know there's been, I don't know if anybody's brought it up here, but within the comments, there was the thought of taking someone's trumpeter swan if it's shot. We don't really support that either, just because we feel like there'll be a lot of negative behaviors that may become apparent within hunters if they want to shoot a swan. They just won't get it checked in. Again, that waiting period is probably the thing that we would support the most to try to discourage people from taking trumpeters. So that's all the thoughts I had.
Thank you, Blair. Appreciate all the comments that we received from the public and the RAC chairs. I will summarize the motions. So the Waterfowl Recommendations motion to pass in the Central Region, Southern Region, Southeast Region, and Northeast Region passed in all of those regions. The northern region passed, except that they asked that we look at limiting the number of trumpeter swans. And I think we've had much discussion on that today and some avenues and possibilities to do that. And that motion passed unanimous as well. I'd like to open it up for board discussion and look forward to Bryce being from that region to hearing some of your thoughts on that as well. I'd open it up.
Brett lives closer to it than I do. But anyway, I definitely think that we need to do something, and I definitely support the 5-year waiting period, and wait on closing the public shooting grounds. But if it closes earlier next year and there's more birds, no more trumpeters killed at public, then I'm going to have a hard time, entertaining that discussion next year. But I think the 5-year, hopefully it works, but I definitely think that that's a start in the right direction.
I'm a little confused. So the 5-year waiting period would be only for those that took a trumpeter, or it's for all swan hunters?
Yeah, so it'd be only for people taking trumpeter swans. Currently, we don't have any waiting periods. So if you had a permit this year, you could apply next year.
But how often what's the percentage of people that apply and get a tag? Is it 50% or less or more?
So it's you can get a permit about once every 2 to 3 years, depending on how many people are applying. We give preference points for hunters. And so within about 2 to 3 years, you can generally draw a tag.
Thanks.
I kind of like, but the idea of maybe the penalty not being as stiff too for the kids. I would hope to think that the kids, might be more incidental. Obviously their parents might be bad influences on them, but I don't like to punish the kids, as much as I would the adults.
So one of the recommendations that we had was a 5-year waiting period for adults and a 3-year waiting period for youth. You would support that?
I just make comment. I really, personally, I appreciate all the comments we've received on this, both public and the emails too. It's forced me to actually get on and learn a little bit more about swans, and I appreciate that. I guess my feelings are is I would definitely support a waiting period. I can see that kind of looking through it, that maybe next year it might not mean a whole lot because would be the first year that it was in, and maybe the second year it gets a little bit better, and third year it gets a little bit better than that. But I think down the road it would definitely deter people. It might just right off the bat. I don't think we'll see a big change. But I would, right now I wouldn't support closing the public shooting grounds. But I think if the waiting period didn't reverse the trend, that I would lean that way down the road.
I'm going to ask Justin to play psychiatrist here for just a second. You say you have talked to some people that we're targeting. If these folks, I'm going to have you make a decision on their hunter ethics. If they're just targeting them, are they even going to check their trumpeter in?
Well, first, I don't think that it's going to happen every year. They've killed multiple tundras, and they want to add a trumpeter to their collection, to their wall. It's not illegal, and so they go out and do that. And I think there's quite a few people that are that way. They've killed quite a few tundra swans, and now they want to have a trumpeter. And I think they understand that they're hurting the public, but I don't think they care. I think that this waiting period will definitely make them think twice about it. My concern might be that I'd ask Blair is it's probably going to affect the number of birds that get checked in. They will make it more of an effort to avoid the division employee and take those home. And I guess it's not on record. We don't know about it, but I don't know if that's the right thing.
Thank you. hate to make decisions based on ethics and all that, so thank you.
I did have that as a question, Blair, not being super familiar with the check-in process and how well it is to be able to make contact with the hunters. Can you go through that and what percentage you think get checked in?
Yeah, so within rule, we require people to check them in within 72 hours. And so there are people in the field that encounter one of our law enforcement officers or a biologist and have that swan checked while they're actively out hunting or leaving the hunting area. For most people, they get home and then they bring the bird back into our offices or one of the check stations within that 72-hour period. And so it's hard to really identify how many people are not getting their swans checked, because if you don't harvest, you can go online and just do your harvest survey online and no one will know otherwise. We do make a couple cases sometimes with people putting pictures on social media and then reporting that they haven't checked in a swan. But it's fairly rare, and I don't know that we could really speak to how many people are actually doing that.
What is the penalty if they don't check them in?
That's a good question. I don't know for sure. Does anyone in law enforcement know exactly what it is?
Because if they don't check them in, I think they need to be accountable to the same 5 or plus more year waiting period than the people that targeting.
Wyatt Bubak, Chief of Law Enforcement. I believe the punishment is they were withheld from applying the following year, and I want to say that there's a $50 fee associated with that. I'd have to confirm that with rule, but I do think that if they don't turn in their harvest or a harvest report, that they're withheld from applying the following year.
Blair, is there any kind of a tag that's put on a trumpeter swan that when one's checked in that would identify, that a taxidermist would identify, so yes, this was legal and it's good to be used?
There's not any tag, but I think most taxidermists would probably be able to identify whether it was a trumpeter or a tundra. Tundra swans there's a picture of them behind you. There's a big yellow patch basically by their eye and the first part of their bill. And most of the time, the people that are getting their birds mounted are generally the adults. They're big white birds and they have that yellow eye lore. A trumpeter doesn't. They're generally a lot bigger, so it's probably something that a taxidermist could easily identify a difference between the two.
I was just thinking to make sure that swan was taken legally, that if we have some kind of a, something to tell the taxidermist it was a legally taken bird, but.
Yeah, so if it's a swan and they have a valid swan permit, they do have to leave their tag with the birds. That would be with the taxidermist. There isn't necessarily any penalties associated, though, with taking a trumpeter or a tundra, so it would just be, I guess, validating whether it was legal or not, and they'd have the tag attached with it.
How about if it had a tag, it would be at least been checked in, I guess. That's what, I know a few years ago, I know of a wolf that was taken in Montana, and when it was checked in, they put a special tag on it to show anybody that dealt with it that it was legally taken and checked in correctly. I'm just curious if that would be an option here.
There are some of our offices that'll put a sticker on the back of the tag after it's checked in with just some information on it. I've never had any taxidermists contact me. We can look it up in our records, but to date, that's never happened that I'm aware of.
I was just going to add, as far as the criminal violations with that, it'd be a rule violation, which would be an infraction.
An infraction?
An infraction.
And what does that entail?
Just there's a bail schedule set up with the courts. That'd be typically in the $150-ish range, but they do vary depending on how the court bail system's set up.
And so it'd just be an infraction, but it would not, they could apply the next year?
By rule, they can't, but on the enforcement side, that's set up an administrative rule that they would be withheld from the application the following year if they don't have it measured. As far as the enforcement side, it would just be the citation for the infraction if that was warranted.
Thank you.
So the withholding of application would be done more on the licensing side than the enforcement side.
Thanks, Wyatt.
Wyatt, could I ask you a question while you're there? I mean, I think we all agree that those that don't turn their swans in or get their swans checked in need a stiffer penalty than those that do. So if there's a 5-year waiting period put in place, those that don't, is that something, how do those rules get changed? Could that happen here today with the Wildlife Board, or is that statute?
So that would be in rule, but I'd defer to Attorney General Kyle Maynard on the exact process, but it'd be a picture similar to how we change many of our other rules. I'll defer to Kyle.
Thanks.
Morning. So if it's a rule infraction, it would just need to go through the rack and board process. So it wouldn't be today, but it could go through the next rack process.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could I jump in just on a general comment?
Yeah, and one thing before that, I'd ask the director to maybe discuss that as well.
Thanks. There's a couple things that are running through my mind that I really wanted to say something, so hopefully this is appropriate. But what Justin brings up as far as someone shooting a swan and not even bringing it in to have it checked in, and how we make those law enforcement cases, that's no different than anything else. And we would rely on the public to help make that case. If that individual happened to shoot another swan or just didn't tag his swan or anything else, there's a myriad of violations that are Class B misdemeanors: failure to tag, unlawful take over limit, wanton destruction over limit, that do have very stiff criminal penalties associated with them. So the failure to have your swan checked in, sure, an infraction, but there's a bunch of penalties for those that would just be abusing taking a swan or purposefully not checking it in or not tagging it or something like that. So, and those penalties already exist and they're not infractions in most of those cases.
Thank you. Wade?
I appreciate the division's proposal on this. I think it's a moderate approach. It addresses the problems, and I do believe in that education component. I appreciate Blair wanting to put that in there. But the comments that were made by Alan rang very true with me as well. I think it's more difficult for the division to weigh in on PR and optic type issues. And I think those are very real. And I think that's where, as you know, the public body that deals with more of the social side of this, I think we can and should weigh in on it. I do believe that this waiting period, the idea to disincentivize these people from harvesting these swans is the key. I think Justin's, kind of described some of these, anecdotally, that this is happening out there. So if we can discourage it in some way, and to me, it does feel like this waiting period probably is the right way to go.
Thanks, Wade. I would add too that I would like Alan, Troy, and Tanner to know that we did hear their comments and are grateful they came today. And I too believe that that we need to weigh what those optics look like in the public's eye, the way the media may spin this web. And so I think if we can get ahead of it and tell the division is going to be doing this testing, we'll know in a year or two there'll be recommendations to the Fish and Wildlife Service. But I think that we can get ahead of the curve by doing this 5-year waiting period. I think it's something that the board should act on and be very reasonable in trying to get ahead of this. Thanks.
So if we make this motion today, and it would just address the waiting period, but can we also address in the near future before next year that we can change the rule that it's only a 1-year waiting period if they don't check it in? That's got to be it's got to be more severe than the 5 years. So I agree with Wade. It's got to be 6 or 7 years, it's got to be something, because otherwise they're not going to be, they're just not going to check them in. You can still tag it, be legal, just not check it in, and only suffer a 1-year wait versus the 5 if you actually, truthfully check it in. So.
I'd like to ask Stacy what that recommendation might be, that if we address the 5-year waiting period, but to address the rule, could we make a motion that it be for next year? What would that look like, and what would the recommendation be? He's gotta go back.
Sorry, I needed the distance to process the question. So if I've got it straight, what you're asking me is what it would look like to make a rule amendment now to put a waiting period in for someone who targets a trumpeter, and then later to put a rule amendment in place for a waiting period for someone who fails to check their swan in.
Yeah, so Wyatt shared with us that right now in that rule and sorry, the Attorney General, that would need to go through the process for a year. So we would need to take that through the public process. So just wondering, would that be a year from today's meeting to best address that?
Well, there's a couple of options that you can look at here. Technically, right now, the waterfowl rule is open. It has gone out through a public process, and due to that public process, you have conversations like you're having right now. Oftentimes, the Wildlife Board makes a motion or a recommendation stemming from conversations during the public process that weren't exactly a recommendation from the division to begin with. That results in a rule being formed at that time. So I would not necessarily say that you would need to wait a year to take another recommendation out if you feel that the conversations came about because of the public process this time. But that's a social issue that you guys will have to weigh.
Yeah.
If you feel that the public wouldn't weigh in favor with you, then I would definitely suggest that you take it back out to a RAC and board process. But if it's something that the RAC chairs or the RACs would have supported, you're legally okay to make that rule change at this point. So again, that's a decision that the Wildlife Board makes.
I appreciate that. I guess I'll ask that question because I feel like it 100% has come from this process, and I would ask our Attorney General. But first, I'd like to ask our RAC chairs. Do you guys feel? I'd individually ask if you feel like this is something that's come through the process that we could address today. Braden?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate you bringing this back to the RAC chairs. I think I was actually wondering if this would be a correct approach, is to open it back up to get our thoughts. Because as I stated, we didn't have the information when we met. So I appreciate this. So trying to wade through this and forming an opinion of what our RAC would have come up with, I don't think you're out of line at all. I think it did go through the public process. I think it was an agenda item. I think had we had additional information, we likely would have had some sort of motion. And my opinion is that we would be favorable to you making an action on this.
Thank you. Scoop?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You guys identified a major loophole that people would definitely use. I think that closing that would be ancillary to what you're trying to achieve by creating the waiting period.
Thank you. Brett?
Though we didn't discuss it specifically in the Northeast RAC, I think it would definitely be supported.
Thank you. Brock?
I agree with the other three. I mean, it seems like we want to have people be honest, and we want to stop people from being dishonest. And I agree. I think our RAC would have voted in favor.
I agree. I mentioned that the possibility of a motion of closing the public shooting grounds. I think that was an immediate fix to try to address the problem right away. I think if something were to go that route, I would feel better if it did go through the public process. But as far as, once again, have that be a proposal. But as far as the waiting period, that was on a number of comments. It was discussed. I know members of our RAC would support that, and I think this is the appropriate time.
A couple things. One, I'd like to ask a question to Blair. Can you address the 72-hour waiting period?
Yes, Mr. Chair, was there something specific about it or just how it applies to hunters? Because I guess the way it works is if you were to shoot a swan today, you would have essentially 72 hours from today out to when you would have to check your swan. And so generally, you have like 3 days to get it checked.
Okay.
Is there something more specific or?
Oh, okay. And Wade, and then I'd like to give some time to Kyle as well.
I just think this is a no-brainer, and I appreciate you going back to the rack chairs as well, but I do think, as Stacy talked about it, the vast majority of the public, I don't know there's going to be anyone that doesn't think it's a terrible idea to incentivize people to be dishonest, which is what this would do. And so I would even, entertain the idea of let's go a 3-year waiting period on youth and a 5-year on adults and a 10-year waiting period if you fail to check in or something like that.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yep.
We need a point of clarification here because there's 3 types of groups technically that we're talking about. You're talking about the one who targets, the one who fails to check in, and the one who fails to complete their harvest survey. Yeah. So we need to specify which punishment, or which waiting period, so to speak, you're referring to, because there are 3 different ways that they could do this. And right now there's the $50 fee for the one who fails to complete their survey.
And I guess that's a question I have is can we distinguish the ones that are targeting? Are we going to be able to know that?
That's above my pay grade, so I'm going to turn it back over to the law enforcement chief.
So it wouldn't be impossible. The odds of catching them all is not likely. So it would come down to interview and interrogation and trying to determine intent, which will not be foolproof, but it is doable in certain situations.
Okay. Okay. Kyle. Yeah, I would just like to ask you, since this was an agenda item, we've talked to the rack chairs. We feel like this is something that come through the public process. Your thoughts now on us addressing this?
After hearing the rack chairs speak as they feel about the public having weighed in on this issue prior enough, I would say that I'd feel comfortable with the board pursuing a motion for changing the, adding a penalty for the wait period.
Okay, thank you so much.
One issue that Wyatt brought up is currently if you poach a trumpeter, you have a 3-year penalty. And what we're considering today is a 5-year penalty if you were to fail to check in. So the penalty seems a little disparate. And Wyatt, do you have thoughts on how to approach that?
The one difference that I failed to relay to Kyle as well is suspense. If you poach a swan out of season without a license or whatever it may be, the recommended suspension would be 3 years. That'd be a suspension for your hunting privileges, which would basically be your small game. So it would include more than just the swan. But for poaching a swan, ultimately you'd be suspended for 3 years, or that would be the recommendation that would come.
Yeah, but if you poach one, I doubt you're going to check it in. So,
Yep.
So you're going to get the 10 years if we do the 10 years.
For swan specifically, yes.
So I feel like with the director's background in law enforcement, I'd like to maybe ask his opinion on a direction for us.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Wyatt's doing a great job with that. The one thing I would just add is that if you're considering a waiting period for not checking it in, make sure we're considering those that would check it in late as well and how that would be handled. Because right now you have a 72-hour window to have your swan checked in. And so someone shows up after that window, would they incur what you're saying is not getting their swan checked in time? We have those rules in place for many other species as well. So just something to consider there.
So a possible way to handle that would be, I mean, if we're getting way complicated here. We're about, I think we started with 1, now we're maybe to 3, we might be 5. But a way to handle that is if we did do a longer for not checking it in and they checked it in later, they could ask the judge or us to adjust that. I mean, we do that on other civil things.
Or I guess what would be your recommendation that if they miss that, what would that time frame be, and what would be a good rule to look at?
That's a good question. So as far as a suspension of hunting or fishing licenses, we typically handle that internally. Usually the court system doesn't do that. Wyatt could speak more to that because there's an administrative process by rule that we typically handle that, which is the waiting period that Wyatt referenced if you just poached a swan. As far as a additional waiting period for not checking it in, I mean, it is a violation, but to have additional years is just it somewhat confusing, I think, a little bit, but there's definitely ways to work through that.
Carl, I just wanted, if I may, touch on something that you mentioned. You wouldn't be required to have an illegally harvested swan measured, and therefore you wouldn't likely incur that 10-year waiting period.
And I thought about that after I said it, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment? We certainly don't want to get into any disparity on different penalties and whatever else, but I don't want us to get bogged down in the weeds either. The concept here, that the overall goal is to disincentivize people from harvesting trumpeters. So I'd hate to see us water the rest of this down or worry so much about the details and the other things that aren't quite right that we back off from that. I'd really like to see us move forward with something, but we want it to make sense as well. So I get where we're going.
I would like to ask if there's any, from all of our discussion, if you have any clarification or comments, a direction from the division.
Yeah, just one last thought. This was an evolving thing for all of us. When we did the rack packet, we haven't had any trumpeter swans checked into that point. When we started the Central Region rack, I believe we had about 10. When we finished with Northeastern Region, we had about 15. And prior to this meeting, we closed the season because we had 5 more. And so it's been changing really throughout this entire regulation setting process. And so it's been hard, I think, for all of us to wrap our brain around. I think if we knew then what we know now and the extent of targeting, we probably would have came forward with a different recommendation. And so again, I think the waiting period thing makes a lot of sense. And so I would think we could support that and encourage you to move forward with something like that. So.
Thank you.
I think that if you don't report, that you don't actually get to put in. I mean, I think in other states, if you don't file a harvest report, you just don't get to put in. I mean, I think that would address.
Yeah, can you address that, Lindy?
Okay, so there's been a lot of confusion. So I want to first start off with, so if a hunter does harvest a swan and fails to complete their harvest survey, or they just complete to, file their survey in general after the 30 days after their hunt ends, we do have in rule already state that they are prohibited from applying for the next year, and they have to pay the $50 late fee. So that's already in rules. There is a penalty if you don't complete your harvest survey. If you do harvest a swan, we do still allow them to be checked in, but they still are not allowed to apply the next year and still have to pay the $50. But if they're willing to check it in, we'll take the data. So we already have that in rule.
Okay, that helps.
Is that?
Oh, go ahead, Brett.
Well, I just wonder, I guess if a taxidermy takes a swan, you don't utilize the meat of that bird. But I mean, we're talking 72 hours. At what point does this bird go rancid and bad? I mean, I'd think you'd want to process it right away. I mean, and then what point does that become waste? Just thoughts.
If we don't want to prolong the discussion or beat this dead horse, I'd like to make a motion I think we've addressed the hunter report, and but Are you open to make a motion?
I think we're to that point.
I make a motion that we accept it as presented, with the exception that if they harvest a trumpeter for a youth, it's a 3-year waiting period. For an adult, it's a 5-year waiting period. And if they don't check it in, it would be a 7-year waiting period.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table. Any
I'll
questions?
second that.
Okay, we have a second on the motion. Any questions on the motion? Okay, I'm going to restate it. If a youth harvests a trumpeter swan, it's a 3-year wait. If an adult harvests a trumpeter swan, it's a 5-year wait. And if that if an individual harvests one and doesn't check it in, it's a 7-year wait. Is that correct? Okay. We got a second by Wade Heaton. I would call all in favor. Call for a vote. All in favor? Okay. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. There was much discussion on that. With that, I think, does that close this item up with that motion? I believe it does.
I guess what I would suggest is that we align the poaching suspension of swan hunting and upland game with that 7 years. I don't know if that's something we can do here or whether that goes internally inside the division, but that would be my recommendation, that if they poach one, they get the 7 years.
I guess I'd ask that question to Wyatt and Kyle. The question is, since we made this motion with a 3, 5, and 7-year waiting period, what would it look like if we were to try to align that with the poaching violation? Would that just be something that we would try to do in a year? Or what would the division's comments be on that, trying to align our motion with the actual poaching regulation?
Could you clarify that one more time?
Yeah. So the question is, we just made the motion and it passed that be a 3-year waiting period for youth, 5-year for adults, and a 7 if they don't turn it in. The comment by the board is that even though we made that motion, that doesn't align with if they got poaching, it's still just a 3-year. If we wanted to make that align with the 7-year, what would that process look like? Would that be something we'd take back through the racks?
As far as the poaching part, make the poaching align, that'd be a statute change.
A statute change?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Chairman, somebody may poach a deer and get 3-year suspension and poach a trumpeter swan and get 7. But I'm going to make the motion that we task the division with changing the statute to increase, if you poach a trumpeter swan, that the license suspension for small game is 7 years.
Okay. And I would ask that we do that as an action log, so the division would look at that and bring that back to us as to what that may look like and what their recommendation would be.
Then that motion is to add it to the action log.
Okay, perfect. All right, we've got a motion to add that to the action log, have the division look at that statute. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, seconded by Bryce. I will call for a vote. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, good discussion. Hopefully we thoroughly vetted that. We will go on to item number 6, big game application timeline. So I would ask you, Lindy, just for a quick review and an update on what you've learned through the racks and any recommendations you have.
Yeah, so this is just an informational. So what I took through the racks is showing that in 2023, we will push the application dates for big game into March to open up and then close in the end of April. So then our hunters will have proposed permit numbers when they apply. Throughout the whole rack process, it's been very supportive. Nothing too major. They like the idea of being able to have proposed numbers when they apply.
Perfect. Questions from the board?
And you probably stated this would be this spring,
No, this would be in 2023.
2023.
Yeah, so the one coming up in 2022, so for the hunt season coming up, it would still be end of January and then close the 1st of March.
Thank you.
There are some things that we need to do to make this a clear and simplified process. Some different rule changes.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the questions from the board? Okay, comments from the rack chairs? Questions?
Yeah, I'd make a quick comment. I guess the comment would be, we would just like to really express our thanks on this. This is something that's come up in our rack for several years, and I think in many other racks. And so I know it's taken a lot of work, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, nothing else. Okay, thank you. Oh,
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment? So Lindy, is this typically, at least the guys down in my area, they put in on the regular big game, and then depending on how that happens, they decide what to put in on for the antlerless hunts later? Will that still happen, or with it being later, will they not know what they've got before they put in for some more?
No, so the results will still be posted on May 31st, and then the antlerless application will open up a week later.
Okay.
So you'll be able to know your results,
Okay,
and then you
perfect.
can decide what you want to do.
Thank you.
okay, no other questions for Lindy? This is your time to put her on the spot.
Oh, we have the next one for that one.
Good point. So, okay. Perfect. Thank you. With that, we will go to item number 8. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, can I make the recommendation that we split these two? I think they're both going to have at least some discussion, and that we split this into 2 items of the max permits and then the elk tag.
Are you fine with that?
Yeah, that's how the RAC meetings went. They did 2 separate motions.
Okay, perfect. All right, I would ask for any of your update on that also.
Okay. It's been a fun RAC tour. So the division is proposing to put all of our general season elk permits for any bull and spike into the big game drawing application for 2022. The reason for this is because of the supply and demand. We've reached that demand, and we no longer have the supply for that. We've been selling out on our any bull elk permits in less than 10 hours. This year, it sold out in 2021. In 2021, it sold out in 9 hours and 45 minutes. And that's even with the efforts that we put into place to split up the dates to sell each one of them differently. So throughout the racks, each rack has had their very vivid discussions. They've been really enlightening. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions, but ultimately this had to do everything with supply and demand for these permits. We have a mechanism in place once we reach that, and it was the draw.
So do we want to vote on this and then have her do the over-the-counter following that?
But what I suggest is that we just handle it if it were two separate items, that we ask the questions here, ask the questions there, and just go through that process.
As two separate. Okay. All right. So any questions on the, on this recommendation from the board? Any questions from our rack chairs?
Which item are we addressing? The elk tags or the elk tags first? The elk
Yeah.
draw?
Yeah. Okay.
I do have a question. With the current method that we're doing as far as to purchase these online, right now, when you log in, we have multiple people using multiple devices. Would the division entertain the thought of you would have to log in with your customer ID number for you to get a permit, and that way each individual would only have the ability to use one device, and it would not allow them to flood the server with multiple devices of one individual using that? Does that make sense? So they would log into their account and they're locked in and they can't have everyone else trying to help them get on.
Yeah.
Would that help?
No, I get what you're saying, but that's where we get flooded when we have tens and thousands of people hitting our server, our database. Not everyone can log in at the same time to put you in line. That's why we have the virtual waiting room, because it's letting those people in to do it. And unfortunately, the way that it's set up is you can't log in and then get in line. Because to be able to log into the system, you got to hit our database. And we can't let 50,000 people hit our database. That ultimately would crash any server.
So you don't think that would help? It feels like that would take a lot less people attempting it, but that wouldn't try to do so many. But I don't know. It feels like there's ways that we could make it to where not so many people are using multiple devices if we continue to use what we're doing.
No, I understand what you're saying, but like I said, you can't have 50,000 because when you log on, if you guys remember 3 years ago when the virtual waiting room wasn't in place, that's what we did, is you had to log in, and that's when you would still get, this thing saying you need to wait your turn, just because any server can only hold so many people at one time. And, hitting the database 50,000 times right at 8 o'clock won't work without crashing.
I have a question on that. Is there an opportunity for the division to increase that capacity?
We actually are in the works of doing that right now. So Phil Gray, right here, he's works with our IT support, but they are in the works of moving everything to the cloud, which will expand the capacity of our database.
Okay.
So,
Phil, can you maybe talk to us a little bit of what direction you're headed and what that would look like in the future?
Sure. So first, to address the question over here, more or less, we do have a system in place where if you're on one device and you log in, you're getting in back up in the same spot, even if you try it on multiple browsers, multiple tabs. But the problem is we don't know who you are until you hit the system. So even prior to login, we have 50,000 people every 5 minutes on these mornings hitting that front page just trying to log in. That's why we set up the virtual waiting room that will only allow one device to get in and get one spot in line. So we've already kind of stepped towards that, but the problem is prior to login. And then everybody trying to log in, that's what Lindy was talking about, taking down the server. Some of the changes that we're making to the system, we showed all this to Jay in the director's office a few weeks ago. We asked for some money to move everything to an Amazon Web Service, so basically on the cloud. Our initial estimates are expecting about a 6-fold increase in performance, not capacity, but in performance. There is a difference there. So the problem is we have all these people coming in, and before we can sell you an elk tag, we need to know who you are, we need to know where you're from, we need to know how old you are, what educations you have, what other permits you have, all sorts of things to allow you to buy a single general season elk tag. just to make sure that you're eligible for it. Have you taken hunter education? Have you drawn a limited entry permit? All of these kind of things. So all of that takes processing power. On a good day, this takes about 300 milliseconds, so less than a third of a second. On these bad days, it was taking about 8 seconds, which doesn't sound like a very long time. Internet terms, that's a freaking eternity. So now that's taken 8 seconds for 30,000 people. Everything just goes down the tube. So we're expecting about a 6% increase in performance. So that will speed up, and we're hoping that will help with some of these slowdowns. So each time that we've gone through this over the last, well, I've been doing this for 9 years now, and every single big sales day, we've learned something new. Something else breaks, and we fix that. And we have no way of testing it under these huge load capacities until the next one. Something else breaks, something else breaks. So we're fixing this weak link right now. We fixed one last year when we introduced the waiting room. We fixed one a year before. We did a whole bunch of database improvements on the back end. You got to keep in mind, we have 3 people that work on this full time just to make this work. This system is truly the envy of the country. We go to conferences and we talk to our counterparts. They wish that they had the capabilities that we have. This thing operates flawlessly 360 days of the year. It's these 5 days in July that kill us and bring us to this point. So that's the kind of stuff that we're hoping to improve. We're not saying it's a magic bullet that's going to fix everything. We're going to get up there sometime next July and see what this does. All this is going to do is show us what the next weak leak is, and then we're going to fix that.
Well, another question for you. So I really appreciate you working on that. Sounds like this 6% increase in percent could really be something that'd help us. I'd ask the question if money wasn't it.
Sorry, did I say 6%? I meant 6-fold increase.
6-fold?
Yeah, so 600%.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And will that be
6%
for this coming year?
Yes.
Okay.
We're actually, I've been going back and forth with emails this morning between our contractor and us trying to get all of these connections set up and tested. So we're hoping to have it up and running by the end of the year, maybe end of January, to have all of this moved to a cloud base.
And I would ask a follow-up question that if money wasn't an issue, is there something out there that's even better than this 6-fold that we could pursue?
But money is an issue.
Okay.
You know, everybody says, why can't you be like Amazon? It's like, well, Amazon has enough money to shoot Captain Kirk into space. I don't think Jay wants to go.
Yeah.
So every penny we put into these systems is one less penny that's not being spent on habitat and wildlife and everything else.
Yeah. And so are those other options, are we close in the ballpark to be able to do something like that, or they're just so far out that we can't?
Honestly, I've never really looked, because we can't build Amazon in the Salt Lake office. So it's not something we've really investigated. We've looked at realistic things that we can implement that would make sense, but it's also a cost return to us too. We could spend millions of dollars on it, but we're putting that $1 million into 1 or 2 sales day a year when our system already works 99% of the time perfectly.
No. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I've got one, Lindy. How many any bull youth hunters did we have in 2020? And then how many did we have this year when we went unlimited?
Yeah, so let me pull up my data real quick. So in 2020 for the Any Bowl, we had 1,500 purchase.
1,500 youth.
Yep, 1,500 even, just for the Any Bowl. And that includes all weapon types, the multi-season, the rifle, and muzzleloader. In 2021, we sold, total is 2,221.
Thank you.
So an increase of 700.
Lindy, can you help? Let me, how many people bought 3 season tags this year versus just a single season?
So for the Any Bowl, we sold 7,430. Out of the 17,500 permits that were approved for Any Bowl permits. So it's about 42% of the permits. went to multi-season.
And remind me, do we do those for the spike units? Oh, we don't?
We do, yeah, multi-season for spike, and on the spike, we only sold 4,135, so about 28% of spike went to the multi-season permits.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions from the rack chairs? All right, we will.
Sorry, I was trying to push the button. So the multi-season, there's a percentage of multi-season that we do, and we sold out on.
No, we don't allocate a percentage of the permits to multi-season. We could sell all 17,500 as multi-season, but this year out of that 17,500, we issued, 42% of them to them.
All right, with that, I will open it up to comments from the audience. I have a couple. If you have a comment card, please get it to Stacy.
I'm on the room mic. I just need to turn the room down just so we didn't get that.
1.
Thank you. Welcome back. Thanks for giving us a 5-minute break and allow us to work through those difficulties. I'd like to give a little bit of time to Lindy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just want to clarify a few things that I forgot to mention in my opening statements. It's been a long 2 weeks. First of all, I just want to point out again that this is just a 1-year trial period for the draw. There's been a lot of confusion throughout the racks. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that it is 1 year. So then that this spring we can work with the elk committee and look at it and see how it went and see if this is the best recommendation moving forward or going back over the counter is the best recommendation or different options. So I just wanted to point that out. And then also I just want to point out that I just lost my train of thought. That no matter what, if we had the best system in place, kind of like what Phil alluded to, if we have Amazon, servers and their best programming in place, these permits would still sell out quicker. Instead of 9 hours, they could sell out in a few hours. So regardless, even if we put the money into upgrading everything and have the most robust system out there, all that would do is make these permits sell out quicker. There's only 17,500 of these permits, and we have well more than that of hunters that are wanting these permits. And the only way we can fix it is either increase the supply or put these into the draw so we can distribute them equally and equitably.
Thanks, Lindy. Appreciate those. Those are two very valid points. I'd like to give some time to the director to summarize the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item 7, I don't have the comments broken out as to the max point permit or over the counter, but I've got them summarized. So I'll just give the total for both of those. But we had 148 comments. The vast majority of those strongly or somewhat disagreed with the division's proposal. 120 of those comments strongly or somewhat disagreed. 24 comments somewhat or strongly supported the proposal, and 4 were neutral. And I'll run down the list of themes for the over-the-counter elk recommendation here. General season elk hunting is the last over-the-counter opportunity in Utah. Don't do away with it. The division needs to fix their sales system in order or find a contractor that can handle the traffic instead of moving elk permits to a draw. Do away with the multi-season elk permits and make hunters pick their weapon of choice. Several comments felt that instead of using a draw to allocate the general season permits, we should go to unlimited over-the-counter elk permits. DWR could still get their data on how many hunters want to hunt elk in Utah by going unlimited. Many voiced concerns that once elk permits go to a draw, they'll never go back to over-the-counter. Many voiced concern over the $10 application fee that would be accompanied for the draw and felt that this was a money grab by DWR and that hunters are getting nickeled and dimed. Many voiced support for leaving it the way it is, first come, first served system. Better to wait online to buy general elk permit than to take your chances in a draw. And the last that I'll mention is several comments offered solutions to reducing the load on our sales system, including reducing the number of elk permits, increasing permit fees, or cutting the number of non-resident permits.
Thank you for that and breaking that out. Appreciate it. I'd like to go to the rack chairs for a report on motions, and we'll start with Braden.
Okay, so we had a motion that we deny the recommendation for the general season any bull and spike permits.
Yeah, and I'll do that right now.
Sorry, let me start over. A motion to deny the recommendation for the general season and any bull spike permits to go through a draw instead sell unlimited any bull permits and 15,000 spike permits over the counter.
So in the Southeast region, we had a motion to reject the proposal to put the general season elk tags to a draw. It passed 6-5, and so I thought I'd maybe clarify a little bit of that. Some that were in favor actually expressed that they were personally against this motion. And in other words, they wanted to keep it to draw, but they wanted to respect.
To keep it open?
Sorry?
You said to keep it a draw, but to keep it over the counter?
Yeah, some said they were in favor of the division's proposal, but voted for this motion against that, just out of respect of the huge public commentary that we received.
Okay.
Some that were against it were guys that have put in for that tag and had been frustrated by the mess that it is to sit online and wait for tags. And then there was a lot of discussion, actually. There was never a motion made, but there was discussion about going to unlimited any bull tags.
Thank you. Brett?
Thank you. If I may make a few comments. I'd like to really compliment Lindy and the way she handled this controversy as she went around the state. And I think she did an excellent job on her video explaining the issues and how we got to where we are with the problems. I'm not so sure the recommendation addressed the issues other than the symptoms. And those of us that remember last year when the proposal was to go unlimited and the public uproar and what we dealt with, we're not real thrilled that it happened again this year. Same topic, and the public's upset, and there was a missed opportunity there to get a feel for the public rather than have them up in arms every year. So I won't go on and on with that. At our RAC, we had no desire to do a one-year trial with the elk committee meeting next year. And we really didn't feel this year was that bad compared to last year. I was at the central office for a meeting. There was nobody in line when it closed. I know it took all day. It was fair. You didn't lose your place in line. I'm sure there was people that wanted a tag that didn't get one because they were out of town or whatever. But for the most part, we didn't view this year as we thought it worked fairly well, especially compared to last year. So there in the RAC, there's definitely a desire to keep the over the counter. We haven't even addressed what last year's changes did. We haven't collected the data and the opinion. We made all them changes last year with the increased tags and the youth adjustment. We don't even know what happened there, whether it was successful, and we're already recommending changes. So one other thing I'd like to mention is the one really positive thing I saw out of this is the hundreds of comments that come in. Many of them had good suggestions that can be passed on to the elk committee. Some very good suggestions. And with that, I won't go on and on. Our RAC voted 7-2 to reject the division's proposal. And that was the whole motion. So I guess the assumption is remain the same as it is this year would be the recommendation.
So that was one vote, to leave the bonus system 50-50 and then not accept the general season elk draw.
Yeah, I thought we were going to split that bonus point one out, but also there was a desire to leave it at 50-50.
Okay.
Kevin, did you want us to address
That's fine. I'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Kevin. So the Central Region, like the others, had a lengthy discussion. We had a motion to oppose the division's recommendation to convert to the draw and recommend any bull permits to collect the real data for the elk committee. And that motion passed 9-1. The idea was that putting it into a draw would bias the sample of what the real demand was. If you want to know what the real demand is, make it available and see what the demand is. Don't make people decide 6 months in advance if they think they might hunt one of the seasons that fall and put in for the draw. We had a second motion related to this item, and it was to recommend the suspension of multi-season elk tags for the period of 1 year to gather data for the elk committee. And that motion failed with a vote of 6-5.
Thank you. Justin?
Yes, similar to others, we had a lot of discussion about this, and we also had a motion to reject the division's recommendation to allocate general bull permits through the draw and instead allocate unlimited over-the-counter bull elk permits with no change to spike elk permits and do this for 1 year. As Brock mentioned, we feel like this is going to give us real data on who actually wants these and who's panic buying. Why are we selling these so fast? If we let them decide the day before the hunt or whenever, we might really see what the actual demand for the tags are. But to help with this, we had one other motion, and this motion was to, the motion was to, I'll just read it. I move that the 4 units that were proposed last year, the Oker Stansberry, 9 Mile Anthro, Southwest Desert North, and Box Elder Sawtooth be included in the general any bull elk units instead of the hams units. And that would be to help with, if we do see an increase in elk permits, they'd have more area to hunt. Right now, by putting those last year in, basically this is the same thing that was our proposal in the Northern Rack, basically mirrored what the division's proposal was last year. We feel like those hams hunts, if the numbers are correct, I believe there was 70 some odd hams hunts in those 5 units, and we feel like those could be used better during the general season and give more opportunity to people to help facilitate the unlimited permits.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the rack chairs collecting that information and taking the time to bring that back. We will go to comments from the audience. I have a couple comments cards. If you have any comments that you'd like to make, please fill that out and give it to Stacy. I have Kevin Norman, followed by Ben Louder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, I want to clarify, why I'm up here, do I need to comment on both, or will I have another chance to come up on the?
Yeah, sorry that we made this difficult. I think we should have just split it on our vote, made sure our vote, but we will go back through for the other. So it's just the
on the elk.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm Kevin Norman, representing SFW today. Able to travel around all the racks. SFW brings together a fulfillment committee, which is our chapter chairs from around the state. And we did that before the rack tour. And it was kind of a mixed emotion, and reluctantly, I mean, we went to the racks in support of the division's recommendations. It was kind of a half-hearted support. Since going through the public process and seeing all the input and everything, we reconvened as a fulfillment committee, and we've kind of changed our stance a little bit, and we're now not in support of the 1 year trial. We would like to see it stay as an over-the-counter hunt. Mainly, it's kind of the last family hunt, opportunity hunt, and we'd like to see it stay that way. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing Utah Archery Association. Since we're on the topic of draws, first I want to applaud Lindy for her efforts on the informational that she gave earlier with the big game application timeline. Super excited to see that happening, so thank you for that. Okay, concerning the recommendations here, Utah Archery Association went through the racks with a neutral position on this matter. After seeing the public input, we're going to follow suit a little bit with SFW and change our stance on that a little bit. As you heard, several of the racks, or all of the racks voted in opposition to the recommendation, and also several of the racks voted to do a 1 year trial with unlimited any bull elk tags. That's the position we'd like to take at this point. I feel like that's accomplishes a lot of things. First of all, we've seen in the public comment that the public does not want this to go to a draw. That's very obvious. Two, it fixes the pressure on the DWR sales system because there's no time pressure, there's no urgency, no panic buying if those tags are unlimited. So that problem just goes away. I'd like to see it happen for on a one year basis. One of the points of this recommendation is to gather data for the elk committee next year. In my opinion, when you put something in a draw, the perception is, well, now that thing's better, and it increases demand, right? People are going to put in for it that may not have before because it's a draw. If you just make them unlimited and over the counter, I feel like that's where we're going to get our most accurate data as to the actual demand on those permits. There's really no biological concerns here. We had this very recommendation last year from the DWR. I understand that there can be a perception that unlimited is going to wipe out our elk herds, and that's just not the case. You know, the biology is not there to support that case. So really, there's no biological concern here. And just to help further the point of if we go unlimited, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see a huge spike in sales. And I'm going to give a couple of examples. Turkey used to be a draw, and then we went over the counter and we sold a bunch of them. And then every year, like, they've ticked down. The demand on since going on unlimited on turkey tags has decreased quite a bit to where it's, you know, not an issue at this point. Also, archery elk is unlimited and has been for as long as I'm aware. And we've been pretty darn consistent at selling 12,000 tags every year for a decade plus. So thank you.
Thanks, Ben. That's all the comment cards I have. I'd like to give Lindy an opportunity to clarify on any of the comments that have been made.
No, everything's been pre-stated. We've been through this a couple of times. But one thing I want to say about Ben, we have been through unlimited before. Our archery permits, you know, are pretty steady. We did decline a little bit when multi-season permits did come available, but we have now gone back up to where we were before multi-season, which we expected just because hunting in Utah with archery is increasing in general. So we did dip, but we're back up to the 12,000 range.
Thank you. All right, I will summarize the motions. The Central Region, I believe all regions voted to oppose to go to draw. Is that correct? Okay. And then we'll go with the other after. All right, we will open up board discussion.
I'll just make a comment. You know, last year, you know, we going unlimited was presented, and if I remember correctly, the public didn't like that, but they were somewhat warmer to raising the tags, and so we as a RACs and board raised the tags, 2,500 additional any bull tags, plus went youth unlimited, which is sound like another 2,200 tags, which that actually increased it about 31%, a little over 31% increase in the number of tags right there. I'm personally not in favor of going unlimited. I think we need to allow some time to see what we've already done with these additional 31% before we make any major changes. So I'm not in favor of a draw right now either.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I jump in? I know that the vast majority of us, especially the public, are not in favor of losing our last over-the-counter hunt. Those have value to us, and we want to continue to have those and have them for an option for the public for just to increase our opportunity. But if I can quote our Southern RAC chair, or misquote you, Braden. Braden made a comment in the Southern RAC meeting that rang true with me, and it is that, yeah, we're calling it over the counter, but when they sell out in this kind of frenzy and in this kind of time, it's not truly over the counter. I think it really does cater to those individuals who either aren't working when this happens, or have a job where they've got access to a computer, and it's not fair. It really, the fairness issue is I think significant. So I don't know that it's an issue of do we go draw or do we stay over the counter, because I think that water has already been muddied. So I have concerns about the unlimited. Some good examples were brought up of what unlimited has and hasn't done over the last few years, but I think a great example is youth. We just changed the youth to unlimited last year, and it sounds like it went up 50% in 1 year. If we go to unlimited and we go up 50%, I don't know that we will, but if we did, that'd put us near 30,000 permits. And I agree with the comment that from a biological standpoint, that's not going to make a difference. But from a hunt quality standpoint, from a social standpoint, it would absolutely make a difference. And I fear, the same as Randy, we go unlimited, that could cause us problems we can't come back from.
One thing I think that I'm not sure everyone was aware of this year is in 2020, we had to buy these through the internet, use a device to buy this. For this year, 2021, we could go to a retail outlet, or we could go to a division office, or we could get online and buy these. So we had different options. And so I think I agree with Wade there. I think if someone had to work, they could get a friend, a spouse, or someone to go to a retail outlet or a division office and help them acquire that tag. They didn't have to do it in person. Is that right, Lindy? Could I buy one for my wife?
Yes, that's correct. Anyone, as long as they have your information, they can buy it for you. But yeah, you're right, Randy. In 2020, due to COVID, it was kind of hot during that time where you only could buy them online. And we sold out in a little less than 8 hours in 2020. In 2021, where you could buy anywhere that we sell our licenses, we sold out an hour and 45 minutes later. So we sold out in 9 hours and 45 minutes versus, about 2 hours difference. So it did take a little bit longer to sell out this year, but we still sold out before 5 p.m.
I think I can see that if we don't do anything, but we have like Phil suggested, we have a 600% increase in our system, we're liable to sell out in less than 8 hours, which I think you're exactly right. That will probably happen but I don't know that that's such a bad thing.
So a year ago, we were asked by an individual to look at the Nebo unit to whether the age class was correct. And so the Wildlife Board asked the Elk Committee to reconvene on this one issue. When that recommendation come back, they met one time, but when that recommendation come back, over-the-counter permits and the hams hunt were in that. And I don't know that the Elk Committee was prepared in that one meeting to be able to get all the public comment. There was a lot of public comment from those landowners that were affected by the hams hunts or those over-the-counter permits that we at the Wildlife Board really got bombarded that they had not been checked with. And so at the last year, we recommended to wait until that could be thoroughly vetted through a better elk committee that wasn't a one-time meeting. And so with that, I think that we are up for that elk committee this coming year. And I think that one of the things that the division always stands by is that we should make these changes during those plans when those open up. And I think this holds true with that. This would be a lot better vetted with that. And I'd also ask that when we, Justin brought up those hams hunts, there probably are some of those areas that would be better suited in the over the counter, but that would be worked out better through that elk committee with a lot of discussion. And hopefully there's some of those landowners that would have some input towards that. And I think that we would be better suited to do this in a more thorough process.
As some of you probably remember, I've always had trouble with an unlimited number of 3-season tags. I thought we should have implied or put a cap on that when we started it. The motion that I made was significantly less than what we're selling now. So that might be an issue on the deer side. For the dedicated hunter, you have to apply, and then you can reapply for a general tag. I see an easy way to take 11,000 people out of that day sale if we put the 3-season into the draw and then over the counter the other. We take out 7,000 people trying to get a tag that day. That to me seems like an easy one. It addresses that the 3-season tag isn't going to be unlimited, and anybody can buy them and hunt 3 seasons, even though the people that I talk to don't generally hunt 3 seasons. They just buy it because they want to buy it that day, the Black Friday sale day. So none of the racks dealt with that, but it seems like an easy way to take 11,000 people out of that one-day sale is to put that into the draw. And if you don't draw, then we listen to the public of not wanting it all to be in the draw, and we have the over-the-counter the other way. But I may be one person.
Do we, out of the 17,500 tags, do we know how many people actually went out and hunted? Because I've got 2 guys that work for us that they buy them just because there's a limited supply. So they rush down and buy them. They have no intention. They didn't even go, had no intention of going. So they're sitting there. So if there's not a capped number and say, hey, they're just going to be on sale, I think I'd like to know how many people didn't hunt, that we can, weed those people out because they're just panic buying and they have no intention of going. Because it's not an expensive.
We don't have that data for this year because it just happened, right? So, but we can get those data for last year. And I've got a call, and I can pull those up in just a second, get back to you. And Carl, if you'll allow me to address the multi-season comment, maybe I don't fully understand what you're trying to say, but the only way that we'd remove those folks is if they went back to archery or were allowed to put in, and then that was the end. That was it. Because if they're still allowed to buy a permit, and that's assuming that everybody who hunts multi-season was an archery hunter previously. And looking at the data, it looks like a lot of folks jumped from the other weapon types, from rifle and muzzleloader. So it's just a 1-for-1 switch. They're buying a multi-season permit, but if they jump for rifle, they were already counting against the quota before. And that's what it appears to be, is a lot of folks jump from rifle or muzzleloader to multi-season. And it's not all just coming from archery. It appears that the first year, just over 2,000 people left archery. And then after that, we're right back up where we were.
Well, what I would suggest is that let's say we're sticking with a 17,500. We just take 7,000 out of those. And they go in the draw. And we drop that number down to 10,500 that have to buy that day. And so you've got 7,000 any bull tag that are already issued, that aren't on the computer trying to get that, and do the same with the spike. And the numbers were 7,400 and 4,000. We take 4,000 of those spike hunters, issue them a tag ahead of time. And that's 4,000 fewer people trying to get those tags. And we drop that quota. Now, if we go unlimited, who knows? But I just think you can issue under that system. And once again, I haven't talked, I may be the only one, but that would be 11,000 people that weren't on the phone that day trying to get it. And we cut those numbers down. But
So, Bryce, I think you brought up a really valid point in that, you know, how many are in the field? And I had those questions when we increased those amount of tags. And Covey approached me on this and said that they were going to pursue this. My fear was that we had issued all these new tags, but we wouldn't have that data back. We wouldn't know how many went to the field. We wouldn't know the overcrowding. And my feel was that it would be a lot better to have a year under our belt, know what that was, and let the elk committee then work that out. And I think Carl has some great points, but I think those still need to be vetted through the elk committee. I think we'd be better suited to make sure we get this right and have the public go back and do it. I think we'd be a lot better suited to do it at that time.
Discussion? Yeah, I actually put in on tags this year, just like it's my habit. But I thought the system worked way better this year than it ever has before. I mean, I know they've been working on tuning it up and getting it ready, but, you know, it did take a few minutes. I knew a lot of people that weren't able to get online at the time made arrangements with a friend or a spouse. And I liked the way it is, because people who really live and eat and breathe hunting elk can hunt elk every year. That's something they can plan on as a family. It's something they can, I know it's a social thing, but that's something they get to plan on. They can actually make it happen, where everything else is, well, maybe once every 3 years or 4 years. And so I'd like to just see that stay. Just because, you know, it seems, and that's the artificial shortage thing. Every time, oh no, there's only this many, then people rush to get it. And I mean, we all know what that have. They fear like they're missing out on something, when in reality, they may or may not even go hunting. But it adds to the problem. But all the comments I heard, and I've had a lot of people talk to me also similar with what you heard from Central, is they like to, you know, they'd like to fix the system a little, but the system worked pretty good this year, but they fear putting it in the draw, so they're against it.
All right. Very good discussion. Are we ready for a motion?
So I have some of those data that you asked for earlier, and that's so the total number that went afield, this was for 2020, so this would have been under the 15,000 permits, right? It's 7,155 any weapon, 571 muzzleloader hunters, 5,667 multi-season permit holders. So of the total number of permits sold, 76.5% of the hunters went afield and hunted. Just for multi-season.
That's for this year?
This is for 2020. So this is under last year.
Okay.
Just for multi-season last year, 90% of the multi-season permit hunters went afield and hunted. Okay.
Wow.
So you only have multi-season last year? You don't have, that's the only data you have last year?
I mean, we could go back several years back, but we just don't have we don't have 2021 yet. That data is just, it's not all in.
Oh, but 75% of the total hunters in 2020
Went to field.
went afield.
It's 76.5%.
Yeah.
With no margin of error.
25%.
Just kidding.
25% is a big number.
Yeah, but actually, I think the interesting point is that a higher percentage of multi-season hunters went afield to 90%.
Kobe, the multi-season ones aren't included in that 75%, right? That's, you're looking at, or were they?
No, they are included, but
They
then.
are included. So they actually, there was actually less than that.
Yeah, that could have brought up the average. And Heather, check me on that. Make sure that what I just said is correct. They are included in the overall average. She's listening.
Okay, I think we're probably ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I don't know that I'm brave enough to go for a motion on this, but I do want to make a comment. I mean, we did have a lot of input, and certainly the RACs felt pretty strongly in one direction. I mean, I think obviously all 5 of them didn't like the draw route, but I believe 3 of the 5, as well as some of the sportsmen's groups and people that have spoken today, prefer the unlimited route. If we decide to start looking at the unlimited route, I would agree with Carl that we have got to look at the multi-season option and remove that. Not from a biological standpoint, this is going to do irreversible damage, just from a quality of hunt standpoint and the amount of people out there going after a fairly limited resource, fairly limited amount of area. I think we owe it to them to provide them as good a quality hunt as we can, and I think we can improve that by removing the multi-season.
And I think to add to that, Wade, is not only do we need to look at that with that issue, but also many of those areas that we put into Ham's Hunt, I think there is some real opportunity to put that into the over-the-counter. But at the time, we didn't have enough time to vet through that, and I think that's why postponing to one more year to go through the elk committee would be better for both those issues.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate, I apologize, I don't want to interrupt too much, but last year also, this went through the racks for unlimited permits, and I'd like to hear, if I remember correctly, how many last year, when it was proposed to go unlimited, how many racks voted in favor as well? I know the Northern did. And so I think that would help with that as well.
Thank you. I think Colby's got a correction, if he'll come up. Colby, you only get one correction.
So switching permit numbers actually causes a lot of people a lot of angst. The actual number of field overall was closer to 90% for everything. Heather ran the numbers on the 17.5 instead of the 15,000, which is, she just sent me a text and said, I used the wrong number in the denominator. So she's like, I thought it seemed low. It's actually about 90% when a field.
Thank you.
There goes that 0% margin of error. I'm shook.
Thanks, Wade.
Yeah, one thing that I would point out is, man, our racks, usually we don't get 5 all voting for the same thing, and I think that speaks pretty volumes this time. A lot of public input on this. Go ahead, Bryce.
I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards, going unlimited, but even if we didn't go unlimited, would raising it to 20,000, hopefully, I mean, I don't know how to get rid of the panic buyers, but it would at least maybe give the elk committee a little bit more information next year when they went to make a decision. I don't know if that,
The elk committee will actually meet before the survey results of next year, so I don't think it wouldn't help.
Okay.
Kevin, if I could answer Justin's question, if I remember right, it was similar percentages of opposition last year by the public. And I know the Northeast RAC was, I believe, unanimously against unlimited.
Yeah, I think one of the big things, Bryce, is that not having, some of the data you asked for this year, it, kind of puts us in a bind. And if we went ahead with the hunts, we'd be in the same boat. We wouldn't have that data back because that committee will be meeting right away. So.
And once again, I'm not, like Wade said, brave enough to go to a motion right yet on this, but I do have some comments. The one year putting it into the draw and then making it a decision, I guess I don't support that. I'm also would need to be convinced on the unlimited, but with the arguing I'm doing inside my head, I'm almost to the point of saying, the public told us they want this a draw, let's leave it alone for a year. And then bring up unlimited and bring up, I will bring up my point to the elk committee. I'm just really struggling with this and inside my head, and I don't see a clear path here. And so
I think you're on the right path in that there's so many little things to work out and a lot of communication that needs to work through that's probably our best path is to hold off, let this committee work together and then move forward.
I'm not brave enough, but I am stupid enough. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we not accept the division's recommendation to go to a draw I'll just leave it at that.
And then what, and that's your full motion?
Yeah, I think, I'm with Carl. I think the multi-season needs to be, put a limit on it, but I think that we hold off until after the elk committee gets a chance to review that and bring that back through the public process as far as because we heard a lot of negativity, I guess, towards multi-season and having being part of this. But I really believe that what I've heard today with a 600% increase, it people that are having problems or have had bad times getting online, that's probably going to go away. But I do see us selling out tags a lot quicker than we have in the past with this.
Do you want to address the over-the-counter in this motion or have it be separate?
No, I would like to keep it over the counter. My motion is to keep it as it is today, over the counter.
So that we against going to a draw and keep as over the counter.
Yes.
Okay. And you want to address the unlimited, or we'll wait in a separate motion?
No, I think if we leave it as today, it wouldn't become unlimited. I'm not in favor of unlimited at all.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table and seconded. Stacy, is that clear? Okay. Are there any discussions on the motion?
Would there be an appetite if we got rid of the multi-season and went straight unlimited? That way, everybody has an opportunity to be in the field. Nobody's going to not have that chance. I mean, I'd rather, have everybody give the opportunity to be in the field and bag the multi-season. I know it's popular. I mean, I know the dedicated hunter is popular, but I'd rather see everybody in the field, whether it's archery, rifle, or muzzleloader, than have people stay home because they can't get a tag.
And I again think that's probably going to be one of those things that'll be very highly talked about in that elk committee. But I think if we waited 1 year, again, would be dressed. All right, we've got a motion on the table. Any other discussion?
I was going to talk about the ham hunt as well, but I like your idea to let the elk committee work that out. There's some I've heard some complaints from some landowners, and I feel obligated to, that they weren't happy with that, and they wanted just a general season. So, but like you said, I think that's something for them even to talk to the elk committee about and work it out through, like you're saying. So,
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna call for a vote on this individually. So we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Yes. That took a while.
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes unanimous.
Director, can I say something? Just real quick. Not Director, Chairman.
Yeah, sure. I got a promotion.
I feel inclined to apologize to DWR. We make a comment of, hey, look, these 5 days or these 5 hours are crazy, and we make a recommendation, fix it. And they make a recommendation and get beat up, and then we vote against you. So just sorry, thank you for this. Please deflect it to us. If these, I'm hoping this six-fold thing goes better, but we ran it through the process. The public spoke, deflect it to us. You're not going to be able to, so just I'm apologizing ahead of time. Sorry.
I think one thing to add to that is that I found it very interesting that SFW and the Bowman's Association, theirs changed as well. And I think it was because there was so much public input. And I think that's exactly what the RACs and the board has felt today, was that just to take a little bit more time. But I think it's exactly what you just hit on, Carl. So thank you. All right, we'll move on to the second part.
Okay, so the second recommendation that the division made in this proposal was to, currently right now, when you go through the bonus point round, when you apply for limited entry once lifetime species, 50% of our permits are allocated to our max point holders, and 50% of the permits are allocated to everyone else. The division is recommending to increase that allocation to a 60-40 split. The main reason behind this is we've been given the initiative to look at point creep, see what we can do to help relieve it. And we all know that we can't get rid of it. The only way to get rid of it is to increase the supply of permits and decrease the demand for those permits, which each year, our applications increase by almost 7% each year by bringing in new hunters, type thing. So we're not decreasing the demand. And right now, with everything going on with the habitat and the weather, we haven't been able to increase the supply. So, this is a little pinhole into the bucket to help get some of those max point holders through the draw just a little bit quicker, so then we can keep that level of high points down. We know that it's not going to be a big significant change. We know it's not going to be the magic bullet that fixes it all, but it's just a little pinhole, because 100 permits is 100 permits. And when we only have 100 permits, we only can get 100 hunters through the draw. We know that's a reality. So that's, like I said, this is just a little initiative to help get those max point holders through. One thing to point out that's been a question throughout the whole RACs is, when does this take effect? So on most units, these higher permit units that have above 10 permits or more, that's when you'll see the difference. Because currently, right now, when you have, like 9 permits on a unit, 5 of those permits already go to the max point holder and 4 go to the regular round. So when you see the 60-40, it'll be when there's 10 permits. That's when you'll see the 6 permits go to the max point holder and 4 permits go to the regular round. It's just like if I have 3 permits, 2 go to the max point holder, 1 goes to the regular round. That's currently in place as of right now. So it wouldn't affect those units that have a lower percentage, because we already do. Throughout the RAC, it's been a sentiment of not to approve this because we're taking away opportunity for the youth and for our new hunters. They like the 50-50 split because they always gave those new hunters or the youth an opportunity to feel like they have a chance to draw out for a permit. So by that, any questions?
We've gotten quiet.
Hey, Lindy, has anybody ever asked about when they change the split, like change the split on some of the premium units instead of all of the draw units? Like go 60-40 on the ones that already offer like a premium tag and then leave the others at 50-50?
We thought about that, but we like to try to keep things consistent. Our draw system is already confusing to the public. And so when you start doing different based on different units, it could get overwhelming because especially for elk, some years, 5 years ago, it was a San Juan. Now it's a different unit San Juan will always be a premium, but each, there's always a new hot spot.
Right.
So 1 year it may be a premium unit and the next year or 2 years it may not. So, we always will have the Henrys and the Ponsagon as premium. But for elk, we don't.
Thank you. Questions from the RAC chairs? Nothing? All right, we'll have the director summarize electronic public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as breaking out those agenda item comments on number 7, I'll just say on the max points, it was probably about a third of those comments that came in dealt specifically with the max point issue. So that would be, the majority of those comments received on the allocation issue were not supportive of going to the 60-40 and felt the current 50-50 split should be kept to give give more of the hunting public and including the youth the chance to draw limited entry type permits.
Thank you. All right, I have our RAC chairs report on the motions. Braden, let's start with you.
So the Southern RAC had a motion that we reject the recommendation to go to 60-40 split and remain at 50-50, and the motion passed 8-3. I think if I would comment on the 3 that oppose it, hopefully I'm accurate here, I don't think they were necessarily in favor of the 60-40. I think they were just frustrated with the system in general and were looking for a different solution. So a lot of discussion on this one.
Thank you. Scoop?
We also had a lot of discussion in our RAC about that one, about this. Ultimately, a motion was made to keep the 50-50 split on limited entry, so a rejection of the division's proposal. And once in a lifetime, and ask the DWR and board to look into other options to address point creep. And we specifically talked about a hybrid of leaving 50% of the tags with the max point holders and having the remainder of the applicants have their points squared, which would increase the distribution of tags to the upper half of tag holders. And that passed 9-2. And the 2 dissenting votes were similar to the Southern unit, where they thought that would take away from youth opportunity. I'm sorry, I take that back. I don't know why they dissented because it was for the 50-50.
Okay, thank you. Brett?
The Northeast RAC followed suit and voted 7-2 to not accept the 60-40 and leave it at 50-50.
Okay, thanks. Brock?
Yeah, the Central RAC followed suit. We had a motion to keep the split at 50-50. That passed 9-1. The comments in the RAC were, we have the best system in the West. Why are we going to change it? Everybody's been playing by this game. Why are we going to benefit the few, change the rules of the game to benefit the few to harm the majority? And those kind of comments. I mean, it was overwhelmingly against this proposal.
Thanks. Justin?
The same with the Northern Rec. We had a proposal to reject the 60-40 split and to have it remain 50-50, and it passed unanimously.
Okay, so all of the racks voted to oppose. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to comments from the audience. And we'll start with Kevin Norman and then Ben Louder.
Kevin Norman representing SFW today. Just want to thank Lindy for all her efforts on this. I know she takes arrows from every single direction, from guys like me that just want their kids to have a fighting chance to whiny buggers with max points like Troy also wanting a chance.
I was wondering when you pointed.
But anyways, SFW is ultimately opposed to this recommendation as well, and mainly for the reasons talked, just give the kids a chance and the new hunters, and it's a good system, so don't fix it. Thanks.
Ben Louder, followed by Troy Justison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing Utah Archery Association. We oppose this recommendation. We like the 50-50 split as it currently is. We think that's the best system there is out there. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Troy Justison.
Troy Justinson representing myself. That's fake news. I am close to a max point holder on deer, but I actually do not support this. We need to leave it as the way it is. And I do like this new setting here because now I can actually see Selman over his name tag and he can see over the top of it. So, and Stacy, we do have another Cougar fan with Scoot right here. So, hey, there's three of us here. So, now I just want to make one point of clarification. There's been some talk on this hams hunt and referring back to the elk committee, and I sat on that committee. And really, the board needs to accept some responsibility here because we came back to you with 4 units for the hams and 4 for the general season. You guys went a little bit rogue and made all 8 hams. And so you need to accept that responsibility that, you know, that's where it came from. It didn't come from the elk committee. And so, and I agree that it needs to be revisited, but you know, the 4 units that we suggest for the hams that had been vetted, we actually started it with the program with the deer. We talked about the elk at the time. And then when we opened the elk back up for whatever reason, we thought, hey, we can discuss this and implement the elk there too. So just a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy, and I do appreciate you bringing that up. I think that the wildlife board, we do need to accept responsibility for that. I think much of that was just because of the timing, the elk committee and the amount of coordination. I think that we received a lot of phone calls from the time of the rack until the time of the board meeting from a lot of those private landowners who would be affected that didn't have the coordination. And I think this go around and having the timing will really help with that. A year of going through that. And I think that, you know, opening that up and putting those things back on the table, hopefully we can get it right. So. All right. That's all the comments. Any clarification on the comments from the division? All right. Summary of the motions, all 5 of the racks voted against. I'll open it up for board discussion.
Mr. Chair, I just maybe want to start us off by thanking the division. There's been a lot of talk the last 2 or 3 years about point creep, and there's been a lot of proposals made to address it. I think that was the motivation of this one. I appreciate the division being proactive and going, thinking outside the box and trying to come up with some ways to address this because we've instructed them to do that. And so I just appreciate this proposal and I appreciate them going through the motions to do this for us. This was, I feel like, a little bit at our behest, even though this hasn't gained a lot of traction, isn't a very popular idea. I appreciate the effort that went into it.
Mr. Chairman, the one thing that I take home from from this is good news that the people are worried about the youth. They want the youth to have an opportunity, and I've heard that over and over again. And my hat goes off to the hunters that are, even sacrificing a chance that they might have to have their kids go. Without the youth, then hunting is going backwards in this state. So I appreciate that from everyone.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Just make the motion that we stay with the 50/50 system that we've already had.
I'll second that.
All right, we've got a motion to stay with the current system, and we've got a second by Gary. Any questions on the motion? All right, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous.
And apologize to Lindy at the same time. We asked her to do something for Point Creek, so thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Stacy, I'm going to ask on the timing. Okay, so we are going to adjourn for lunch, and what time will we come back? Okay, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. We would like to invite Wyatt up to the mic, and we need to address one of the agenda items.
All righty, I think it's on. One of the recommendations from the SWAN aspect of this board meeting was a 3-year waiting period for juveniles that harvest a trumpeter, a 5-year waiting period for adults that harvest a trumpeter, and then if they don't get them measured, a 7-year waiting period for those. We have waiting periods throughout different aspects of our agency as far as draws and things like that. Those are typically associated with non-criminal acts. When you start incurring a waiting period for a criminal act, is starting to dabble into the suspension code, and a 7-year suspension for not measuring a swan. A 7-year suspension is equal to a felony suspension, and so I would recommend on the enforcement side that any waiting period not be associated with a criminal act, which in this event would be the measuring of a swan. Additionally, the requirements to report are found in a number of other game species, limited entries, hunts, bears, cougars, and there's no such waiting period in place for those species that may also have people that fail to report or report late. So the aspect of tying a waiting period to a violation or rule would teeter or get into violating the rights of an individual to a hearing for suspension. And so I guess my recommendation would be we can work through the 3- and 5-year stuff. We have those type of procedures currently in place, but would caution against implementing a waiting period that's associated with a rule violation.
Okay, so I understand this, the 3 to 5 for shooting the wrong species, we're okay with.
Yeah,
The failure to report. So Chairman, I made that motion. I don't know whether I need to withdraw that motion, but what I would recommend is that we table the 7-year and that we direct the division to figure out the wording between license, a waiting period, and suspension, that our intent is that we would like to if you poach a trumpeter swan, to put more penalty on that and have the division figure out a way to do that.
And have that be balanced with what the suspension already
And come
is.
back with this, yes.
Yeah, so if anything deals with code or rule violation, we'd prefer to handle that on the enforcement side of things and go through the normal procedures as far as if it's
So we wouldn't even need to have that language there. You would already do that.
the 7-year one, we just deal on the criminal side with, and if there's suspensions to be warranted through those actions, we can just deal with it as code and current procedures are in place.
Because I don't believe or at least wasn't my intent to make you wait longer for poaching a swan than if you'd shot a 6-point bull. So if you will come back with some recommendations and let us know on an informational where you guys land, I think would be good.
So just to confirm, recommendations on the waiting period specifically?
I think we suspend, not a waiting period. I mean, if you poach a swan, I want a suspension period of your small game hunting opportunity. And right now, I think it's 3 years.
The maximum recommended would be 3 years, and it'd be based on intent and culpability.
And I would like to see that stronger, but I don't know how to do that.
So that would require a code change to make that stronger. Bryce, did you have something? I apologize.
Yeah, so, but the failure to report, I mean, I want to make sure that we look at, I mean, it can't be, kind of a sweep under the rug type of deal. I mean, it's got to, I know we can't do it the way we want to do it today, but we've got to put some teeth into it. Otherwise, I mean, we're kind of missing the point on the 3 and the 5 year, because then people just won't report.
So we'd handle that similar to what other failure to reports that we have currently: bighorn, cougar, bear, limited entry reporting stuff.
Yeah, but if I understand, that's $50 fine and you don't get to apply.
Yeah.
for failure to report. That doesn't have any teeth.
So that's separate from criminal act. The $50 kind of reinstatement would be more administrative, and then you'd have a rule violation of infraction. It would be in addition to those two things. So the year waiting period for failure to report and that $50 kind of reinstatement fee are not associated with any additional punishment that would come from a rule violation that we'd handle criminally.
But we can in the future change the rule so we could extend the way or apply application instead of change that rule separately. So it's not 1 year. We can up that, correct?
You
Change
could-
the rule.
You just have, you have similar issues with other species that's currently not addressed.
Yeah, that's, just so when you say failure to reply, you guys are talking about failure to reply, your harvest survey. Now that could be for people that don't harvest or people that do harvest. That $50 and that waiting period applies to both of them. Some people forget, they do it for limited entry permits, they do it for once in a lifetime permits, and that's the penalty that we have in place for rule. Can it be changed? Yes.
No, what happens if they fail to report a bighorn sheep? They
For the
fail to
harvest-
check it. I'm talking failure to check it in.
Okay, so failure to check it in if they do harvest.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I suspect they're going to get a ticket and you're going to take the sheep.
That would be law enforcement.
For those that require permanent seals, they can't possess those animals without a permanent seal. So yes, you could. A swan doesn't require a permanent seal.
I guess we're just having a disconnect, not failure to report, failure to check in.
Yeah, it's two different.
Two different things. And I think we need to put the teeth in the failure to check in, not the failure to report.
So what would I go out and I shoot a trumpeter and I just don't check it in. I take it home, I do everything. What happens to me?
On the enforcement side, it'd be a rule violation through the courts.
Yeah,
$50.
and you're going to write me a ticket?
150, yeah, it'd be a ticket, 150-ish.
And I can apply the next year?
That would jump over to the administrative licensing side.
Yeah, if they didn't complete the harvest survey, then yes, then they would go to the $50. So it's theirs and ours. So they'd get a combination of both if they didn't fill out.
But if I shoot that same trumpeter and I check it in, I get 5 years. Okay, there's a disconnect there. I don't know how to.
Well, if they did say they checked it in, because law enforcement found out that they didn't check it in, they harvested, and they was a trumpeter, they would still get that 5-year waiting period because they shot a trumpeter. If it was a tundra, they wouldn't because there's no 5-year waiting period for a tundra.
I guess as long as that 5-year goes in either way.
It would.
If you implemented that, if we worked on implementing a 5-year waiting period for those adults that harvest a trumpeter, whether they have it measured or we find out about it later, that would still be implemented.
I'm okay with that. Okay. All right.
Sorry, this is probably not being helpful on being clear.
Clear as mud, right, guys?
Okay, thank you.
So do we need to make another motion to?
I think Carl probably needs to restate that,
Modify that
just like he just did.
Carl, I think it's my motion. Sorry. It was mine originally, right? Okay. So making a motion that, I guess I have to go back to the start, but we accept the division's proposal as presented with the exception that there's a 3-year waiting period for youth if they kill a trumpeter swan and a 5-year waiting period for adults if they kill a trumpeter swan.
And yeah, both legally and illegally.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? All right. I will call for a vote individually. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I guess this will just be put in there to show that it replaced the earlier motion.
Yep. All right, we are up to agenda item number 8, Colby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the board like a synopsis just of the changes or recommendations that are being made then? Start there.
Yeah, if you would just give just a kind of a quick review on anything that you've learned through that.
Sure, a brief summary. So this year, not a lot of changes for big game season dates in the recommendations. There are a few though, starting with the changes for deer. There we're recommending 2 new deer hunts. And the first one is South Slope Mighton hunt. So it's a very targeted, concentrated area. And in this unit, sorry, I'm bringing up a text with some of the information about it. In this unit we found a CWD hotspot in the basin. So in the last year, we've had 12 CWD harvested, 12 deer that were CWD positive harvested in the area. Before that, 6 total, 3 the prior 2 years. When we go through the harvest rate of bucks in the area as to what we are and what we're approaching, it appears to be about 17% prevalence, which is very concerning. Some of the data on CWD says that the best way to manage a CWD area to reduce prevalence is to target the animals that are most likely to have it. Bucks are twice as likely to have chronic wasting disease as does, and mature bucks are the most likely to have the disease. So this hunt that we're recommending in Mighton, it runs during the peak of the rut, and it's by design. It's a targeted hunt, runs November 12th through the 27th, and the goal is to target mature deer and in an attempt to keep CWD prevalence in check. So that's one of the new deer hunts. The other new deer hunt that we're recommending is on the Box Elder, and it's an extended archer area, West Bear River. That unit is primarily private land, and this will help with some issues and conflict out there. We're also recommending 1 new hunt for pronghorn. So for pronghorn, recommending a new hunt on the South Slope Vernal, and that is a muzzleloader hunt. They already have an archery and a rifle hunt for pronghorn there, and this is just as that population's grown, we have the opportunity to add a hunt and spread some of that pressure out. And those are the recommended changes for big game. Other than that, everything stays really closely to what it was last year.
Thanks, Colby.
Yep.
Questions from the board?
I just had a question about the ball.
1.
We'd like to welcome everybody back. We were asked to start where we dropped. So Colby, we need you to, would you restate that?
Yeah, where was I when we dropped? Yeah, so were we talking about the deer hunts or the pronghorn hunts? Do I need to start again from the beginning? That's fine. I'll start again from the beginning. Okay. Yeah, so 2 new deer hunts, one on the South Slope Mighton, and the primary reason for that hunt, it's a targeted hunt for chronic wasting disease. The other new recommended deer hunt is on the Box Elder West Bear River. And it's an extended archery hunt to deal with some issues out there. Finally, there is one new recommended hunt for pronghorn. On the South Slope Vernal, we've got a pronghorn population that's been continually growing, and we already have an archery hunt and a rifle hunt there. This is recommending to add a muzzleloader hunt to that. Okay.
Maybe it's Jim, but can you go into what those issues are on the Bear River, what that recommendation is?
Yeah, so this boundary is the same as an antlerless deer boundary that we have currently to address depredation concerns down in the Bear River Valley. It is 100% private land in through there. We do hunt does in through December in that area, but this just gives an opportunity to harvest some bucks to reduce some of those depredation concerns.
So are those bucks in that area, they currently not being able to be harvested because it's because of the proximity to the homes? Is that why is the recommendation, or just an opportunity for extended, or what's the?
Yeah, so it's just an opportunity for extended. There is increasing development around there. For the doe hunt, we do prohibit rifles for that hunt, so it's limited to archery, shotgun, or muzzleloader. And then there's just a lot of different landowners through there, and so in order for somebody to hunt, they've either got to have an in or find some place to go.
How has the acceptance by the landowners been to the idea?
So for going to the extended archery, I've not heard from any on that, but we were just assuming with the antlerless deer hunt going as long as it has, that we'd be able to extend this opportunity to harvest some bucks along with the does.
Okay. Brett, you had some questions.
That answered my questions. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome. Jim, I guess I got a question. If a landowner was kind of opposed to it, he could actually, maybe get some kind of a reward for letting them on there, say, give them a fee, a trespass fee, if they wanted something like that. Is that kind of the idea there too?
Right, yeah, so they still have their private property rights. They can allow or not allow hunting on their property.
And at the end of the day, in these situations, what we found is it's just one more tool in the toolbox to address issues where we have deer, where they're causing a problem. They can also be an asset when we provide another tool sometimes.
I think one point on this, Colby, is going to be on the Mighton hunt. I think our outreach will need to really help to share that word. Normally, a landowner might be that want to protect those older age class deer, and we're really probably going to tell that story, the importance to lower that, and so we probably need to really work with outreach.
Agreed. In fact, the commitment that we made in the Northeastern region of RAC, and I think that the RAC, it was the discussion that I'm assuming here, but from discussion in the RAC, it was the discussion on CWD and the concern about prevalence in the area that swayed the RAC. So the RAC supported this, but one of the things that they said is they asked the biologist, Randall Thacker, to meet with those landowners specifically and explain what we're trying to accomplish and what it means and how we help them. And they asked us to make sure that we put a box on the hunt when somebody applies, so they understand they're applying for a hunt that consists primarily of private land, even though it's a limited entry opportunity.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from RAC chairs? All right, we'll have the director give us a summary.
On agenda item number 8, the 2022 big game hunting season, we had in key dates, we had 32 comments, 17 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, 11 comments strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 4 were neutral. Some of the themes that we saw throughout those comments are that archery hunts are plenty long and seem to keep expanding. Extended archery areas should be restricted to antlerless only. Several comments on having shorter hunts. One specifically offered 1-week hunts until our elk and deer populations improve. Several comments were supportive of the 5-day extension for the archery elk season and establish a set season start date instead of a certain day of the week that changes from year to year.
All right, thank you. We'll have our RAC chairs give a report. Let's start with Braden.
The Southern region had a motion to accept the 2022 season dates as presented with one exception, and that is to extend the youth any bull hunt draw dates 2 days, so it would end on September 27th. So that's currently just open on the calendar. There's nothing overlapping those days, so that adds 2 days to that youth hunt. Sorry, that passed unanimously. Thanks.
For the Southeastern RAC, we had 2 motions. The first was for the DWR to consider setting season dates out 2 to 3 years in advance instead of 1 year at a time. And it was just a recommendation to ask them to look into that. That passed unanimously. And then to accept the proposal as presented by the DWR with the suggestion to add 2 days to the youth any bull hunt, same as the Southern. That was also a unanimous passing.
Brett.
Thank you. The Northeast RAC voted to unanimously to approve the division's recommendations with the condition that within the next 120 days, the division does outreach to landowners in the CWD area to educate them with about the seriousness of the situation. We've got a lot of tribal land, 2 large landowners that that protect the bucks, just as you said. So we've discussed it with the division. And we all realize that it's going to be a challenge getting them deer harvested, but it's an attempt to at least make the situation a little better.
Thank you. Brock.
We were the same as the Southeast. So we had a motion to accept the division's recommendation as presented with the exception that the any bull elk hunt end on Tuesday before the general season muzzleloader, adding 2 days to that season. That passed unanimously. We also had a motion to recommend that the Wildlife Board asked the DWR to bring a recommendation for a multi-year season structure so that people could plan in advance for those seasons. And that also passed unanimously.
Thank you. Justin.
Yes, we also had a motion to accept the big game hunting season as presented with an exception of adding 2 additional days to the youth hunt. That passed 7-1. The one who voted against felt like he'd like to have seen that recommendation come from the division as far as adding the 2 days, and was worried it was more reactionary to the issue that we were hearing about with the overlap of the youth hunt and the archery hunt that we extended last year. But it passed as presented with adding that 2 days.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will have comments from the audience. If you have any comment cards, please bring them up. We first have Kevin Norman, followed by Ben Louder.
This is kind of one of those things, again, we went through the racks and supported the division's recommendations. That's the cool thing about the rack process is sometimes good ideas come up, and we support the idea of extending the youth any bull hunt by 2 days. It was just kind of an oversight, and it was a great idea that came up in the central rack, and we want to support that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing the Utah Archery Association. We represent the division's recommendations as presented. A couple things I want to call out. The last year we created that season extension on the archery that created that overlap of the archery elk on the anti-bull units and the youth hunt. We're still excited about that. We want to see that continue. And then in addition to, as Kevin just alluded to, with the 2 days, there was a recommendation that came from the RACs on the addition of those 2 days on that youth elk hunt. We'd be in support of that as well. Thank you.
Any clarification on any of the comments?
No, just the additional 2 days for the youth any bull hunt. The division wouldn't be opposed to adding 2 days onto that hunt. I don't see any negative impacts that would happen there, and just give them a couple of days to hunt without any overlap, a couple of extra days.
Okay. The motions were so all over the place. What I would more, I think, is the addition to the 2 days that the RAC brought up, and I would ask the RAC chairs, other than that, is there anything that stands out that is different to each of you? Thank you. All right, with that, let's open it up for board discussion.
I think there's two things. I mean, I'm not going to make a motion, but two things that would be very helpful for an action log item. The 3-year cycle on the recommendations. And then also, as I watched a lot of these RAC meetings, the hunter orange was a big thing. And I wouldn't mind looking into, changing that hunter orange requirement to either just a hat or no orange, but have those two be action items, because it was talked about in pretty much every one of the racks. So does that need to be a motion, or can we?
Yeah, let's give it a little time for discussion there.
I was just going to second the motion Bryce made to put those on the action log.
Perfect. Go ahead and make a motion.
Make a motion, we look at the 3-year cycle for the recommendations, and have the division look at the hunter orange requirement, changing it to hat only or no orange.
And I guess I'd ask the question, maybe it's either for Colby or Justin, is I had heard a 2-year and I've heard the 3-year. Would you clarify which of those would be?
Sure. The truth is we could do either, and then obviously bring up just changes. We could just set the season date, and then if we had a change for a reason, we could bring that through without bringing all the season dates through every time. But we could do either. We could do, I think the request from the RACs came as 2 years. This was 3 years, and it wouldn't matter. And I just want to clarify one point, though, and we're talking season structure, right? So we're talking that season structure would be set for a longer time period. And the truth is, if we could do that, that would free us up to do more education in the board meetings on what the division's doing to manage wildlife. So I personally like it.
How does the division feel about the hunter orange requirement? Is there any kind of a rule, statute, whatever that we're breaking when we do that?
So Jay, I'll take a stab, and if I miss something, okay. So hunter orange is in statute, right? And there's a minimum square inches of hunter orange you have to wear. And the exemption to that is that the board can exempt certain hunts from hunter orange, right? And so if you're hunting in a centerfire rifle hunt, you have to have 400 square inches of hunter orange unless there's a board exemption. Now, always been very careful, because the intent obviously is to have hunter orange on centerfire rifle hunts. We've exempted once in a lifetime, CWMUs and a few other things. And right now, in the RAC tour that's going on right now, we're asking for an exemption for archery for this overlap. That said, if we wanted to do a hunter orange reform, the appropriate place to do that would be in code, not on one-by-one exemptions. Is that, and I guess I'm looking to Jay to see if that's, okay. Yep, so the appropriate place to do like some kind of reform if we were to drastically change our hunter orange requirements would be in code.
And so would the action log, if we asked you to do an action log, would the division bring back information to whether they would want to recommend a statute change or a code change?
Sure. I mean, if the board asks us to look into whether that's possible and they want us to investigate it, just a little more detail. What exactly is the board looking for? I mentioned going to a Wyoming style, which is like one article of clothing, or, and I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of direction if we're going to look into this.
I would love to learn more about what all of the other states are doing, what their inch requirement is, some things like that, and then just thoughts within Utah. What do we feel like ours ought to be? Could we be 200 inches? Could we be one article? Just kind of you guys' personal feelings.
Perfect. So again, just making sure I got that, Wade. What if we looked at other Western states that had similar hunting strategies and said, here's what our other Western states are? You know, I talked with Rusty Robinson, one of the managers in the room right now, and he said that he just finished hunting Nebraska. And he said, not only was I dressed head to toe in orange, but I wish I had a flag. Like, I wish I had an orange flag that I was waving. And when you think about hunter orange in Utah, when we had 220,000 general season, any weapon deer hunters, not spread between the three hunts, but on the rifle hunt, I understand that some of the requirements were developed and things may be different now. We can do an analysis and get back to you on what other states are requiring and look into that for sure.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions on the motion?
I still seconded that.
Okay, perfect. All right, let's do it individual. Let's start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Perfect. Motion passes unanimous.
Can I just talk about the Mighton bench area there, or at least the Mighton area where we got the CWD issue? Now, that is really grave concern. So, you know, when Randall and the group go out there to talk to those landowners, we need to make them understand that if they don't do something now, their grandkids aren't going to have any deer there. They're not going to see them. So we need to do something there. You know, and so I really appreciate what the division's doing there, the recommendation they got there, but we need to make sure those landowners understand that, you know, it's fun for them to see those big deer, but if they want their family to see them down the road, they need to do something about it now. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Mr. Chair, you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I move that we approve the 2022 big game hunting season and key dates as presented by the division.
I'll second that.
Can we modify that? Add those 2 days, 2 day to the youth hunt?
With the exception that we add the 2-day extension to the youth hunt.
Agreed.
Okay, so we have a motion by Wade Heaton, seconded by Gary. Acceptance of the rule with the addition of the 2-day hunt. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Okay, we will call for a vote. Let's do it individually.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could just take a second to thank Lindy for the smoothest track tour I've ever had. Let her know I really appreciate what she's done.
All right, perfect. We will go to agenda item number 9. Chad Wilson.
Yeah, I guess I'll give a brief summary. The numbers are what the numbers are, but from feedback from the racks, probably the biggest thing that came out was public lands being in CWMUs. It was a topic of discussion in quite a few of them, and sometimes at length. Just to give you an update, we're going to meet internally on this on the 21st of December, and the plan is to just go through all the CWMUs that have public land in them. We're going to make a recommendation, take them to the CWMU Advisory Committee, and at that point in time, when it comes to renew each CWMU, we'll have those recommendations to them. They'd still have the ability to make a split recommendation from what our recommendation was if they desired, but that was probably the biggest thing that we came up against through the racks on our CWMU discussion.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I've got some questions. Chad, can you pull up, if you have access to your slides?
Yeah, they're on you guys have them, right? Okay. They're up
And
there.
this is, and I know at least in our region, we've got a ton of questions, I guess, or concerns about public land being in the CWMUs. And so if there's one on the Gorge Creek slide, we could pull that one up.
It's going to be like in the 30s. Willow Creek, is that what you said, right?
Gorge Creek.
George Creek?
Or yeah, maybe it's George Creek.
Okay.
I didn't put an E in my. Yes, George Creek. That little yellow section that is part of that, in between those two, I think it was 783 acres. That's what's connecting those two. Is that smaller piece on the west there? Could it be a CWMU all by itself? Has it got enough acreage in that area, do you think?
I might have to see if Jim knows, but do you know that off? He doesn't think so. Jim's in the region. I used to be, but yeah, I don't think it is enough to be by itself.
Okay, I guess that would be a concern is adding public land into an area that, just to make the CWMU larger, when it really can't do it on its own. I guess that was my question here. I guess that's a kind of a concern for me, because other than that, they're not tied together at all, right?
Right, yeah.
So I think that I've heard a lot of concern over putting public land in them just to make them bigger. So, and then if you don't mind, go to the Junction Valley one. Now, this one, we're adding one, the public benefit is one extra deer permit the first year. So this is a 3-year plan. The first year, the public would get one more permit. Where is that permit coming from? If the CWMU is in a general area, is it coming out of the general season bucket? If it's in a limited entry season, is it coming out of or a unit? Is it coming out of limited entry bucket? Or where are these additional tags coming from?
Yeah, it's not coming out of that. They're treated as a separate tag. So when we have a general season unit, these really don't affect those numbers, if that's what you're asking. So like in this scenario, I think it was 45 and 5, 45 private, 5 public. So it'd just be an additional tag that's for the CWMU, but it doesn't affect the surrounding unit numbers.
Okay. I guess I misunderstood at the Northeastern rack that we didn't have any, what I think I heard was magic animals, that everyone was accounted for, but it's somewhere. So I was curious, I was concerned if we were just moving one tag out of one bucket to the other. I was trying to figure out where the benefit for the public was really coming from.
Randy, that's a fair point. I think the thing is that they're accounted for but not deducted from, if that makes sense. So when we go out and take data, obviously it's going to show up in buck-doe ratios. If you remove one or more animal, somewhere in the data that starts to show up, right? And so they're accounted for in the data that we take, but not necessarily deducted from general season permits that we would issue. And the reason why is because a lot of times they're just different deer. The deer that are living on the private are different deer than are living on the public. And it depends on how large the CWMU is, what migration patterns look like. I mean, there's a lot that factors into this. But the other part of this is that any CWMU that's on a general season unit it's limited entry. And they never hunt that unit as hard as we would hunt right across the border on the general season unit. And so to deduct that out of where we're hunting on the general season just wouldn't make sense. But yeah, they are all accounted for, not deducted from. If they're inside a limited entry unit, then we ask a different set of questions. And the questions we ask are they meeting the management objectives, right? So if, let's say this is elk on the Wasatch, and they have a 10,000 acre CWMU, and on the Wasatch, the calculations were about 1,000 acres would qualify them for a bull tag. Last time I run those numbers, almost 10 years ago, but the permits haven't changed much since then. So they would get approximately 10 permits, but you would watch to see what their average age was coming back at. And if they were below the management objective, if they were harvesting on average a 3.5 to 4-year-old bull, then even though they were proportionally okay, we would still go talk to them and say, hey, we're managing this unit for a 5.5 to 6-year-old bull, and this isn't working. Or if they were above that and they harbored more elk, we may say, hey, there's more opportunity here. You're meeting the surrounding unit management objective. And so we always try to account for what that unit and how they're performing inside of the limited entry unit, and if they're meeting those management objectives or not.
Okay,
so it's tricky, but that's how we do it.
Can we go to the West Willow Creek? So make sure I understand you right, Colby. So West Willow, it's right in the middle of a limited entry unit. These two additional tags that this one's getting, which I'm totally for the public getting additional tags for this. I think it's a great thing to do. Those are not going to come out of the limited entry tags. These are in addition to.
They're not deducted from, but they are accounted for, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Randy, if you don't mind. Dax Magus, I'm the Regional Wildlife Manager in Northeastern Region. Just to be really clear, I think sometimes the word extra tags could be confusing. For example, if the CWMU is allocated 10 tags per year total, including private and public tags, when you say it's an extra tag goes to the public, it doesn't mean that there's one more extra tag. And so now suddenly 11 tags are, hunted on the CWMU. It's, the allocation, if they were in a 90-10 split, it would be the private permits would go from 9 to 8 and the public would go from 1 to 2. So that's the extra tag. So it's not like they just print an extra tag and issue it to the CWMU because of the public land included. The permit numbers for the CWMU are set. And when we use the terminology extra tag, it just changes the allocation for how many of them are allocated to the public versus private according to the splits for the unit, if that helps.
Oh, now, so that's what I was hoping was happening.
Yeah.
So basically, because the CWMU operator gets to hunt that public land year round with all his hunters, then he's actually, helping benefit the public by reducing his tag one.
Yes.
By adding one to the public.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify the terminology of extra tag could be confusing because there's not actually an additional tag. It's just a change in the allocation. So it doesn't result in a net increase of permits, but just a change to where an extra tag would go to the public versus, being retained by the CWMU operator.
Okay, I really like that. Thank you.
I'm going to have to backtrack on what he just said, though. That's not the way that I did it with Junction, for sure. Junction had one extra public permit, so they didn't switch one. They're 45-5 every year, and then the first year they're 45-6. And that could be my misinterpretation of how to run that, but that's the way, at least specifically on Junction, I did it. So we can change. Part of our conversation with what's going on is we're going to talk about the public compensation on this anyway. So that'll go forward in discussion, but it might be something that we need to tighten up and make sure that we're all on the same page of how we're doing that. And if it makes more sense to swap it, which now that it's being said, that makes sense to me. So we'll have those discussions, but just so everybody's clear, that's not what's happened on all these recommendations is.
Okay, but I do support that very much. I think that's a great way to do it.
Thank you. Other questions?
Can we go back to the George Creek? Okay, now that pink section there, I believe is trade grounds.
Yeah.
If I walk onto that, that's going to say it's private. How would I know that I can hunt there?
Are you meaning as far as like Onyx or other?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have on our maps, on our hunt planner maps, if you go to the CWMU, that there's a layer that has trade lands. So you'll be able to see it on there. I don't know that shows on Onyx or any of the other platforms, but it is on our hunt planner maps.
And the opposite, I think, is true too. If I walk on that yellow section, it's going to say I'm on public.
Yeah. So yeah, you need to have your CWMU boundary up, showing that it's a CWMU. And
okay.
The trade grounds, I guess if there's any fences, gates, that kind of stuff, they need to have them open for the public. Is that part of
yeah, to be frank, I think that's a place that we can do better as a division is to maybe even require, it'd probably take rule change to require it, but to have it or posted on the ground as trade land open to the public for hunting whatever species that they have in their CWMU. So, I mean, obviously don't give them just access at any time for anything, but at least for those species, I think we can do better there.
Yeah, I know in some states such as North Dakota, they got something called plots, which stands for private lands open for sportsmen. And I think that's a great way to mark those, something like that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just one other question for Chad. Just a clarification. So with George Creek, Randy brought up the concept of we do have a piece of public that is bridging private land. And my understanding is that currently, if this CWMU were to apply today for the first time, this would not be allowed. And the only reason that George Creek is able to do this is because they were grandfathered in from years before?
That would depend on that large chunk there. I don't know. I think they're a deer only. I think they have 5,000 acres there, so they would probably still be a CWMU. But when we start, I think the point is that you're trying to make is when we do start looking at some of these other ones, it really could affect their status as a CWMU.
Well, yeah, and to Randy's point that typically this would not be allowed for a CWMU to use public lands to create to get to the total they needed to. That
Yeah.
Typically this kind of scenario would not be allowed, but I know there are cases like this throughout the state, and many of them are the older CWMUs that were established 20 years ago and have kind of been grandfathered in.
And that will be looked at in this next year.
Yeah, so the plan is on all of them that are renewing. So we have one big year, which isn't next year. Next year, I think we have four CWMUs that would be renewing that have public land in them. So we'll look at those four for sure, but we'll probably take a chunk of those that are doing the following year in our big year, so we don't just have a lot all in one year. But yeah, those four for sure will be looked at. We'll analyze them. The division will have a recommendation for that will be vetted by the CWMU Advisory Committee of what to do with those public lands.
Thank you.
Is this ground to the west, I'm assuming, is that new for this year?
No.
This is existing, this has been like this for a while?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And so if somebody's out there and they walk across that yellow and they're rabbit hunting or sage grouse hunting, they're not, I mean.
They're totally okay. This is just.
It's not posted.
Yeah. I haven't been out there to see what it's posted like, but it is open to the public.
See, and we got to figure out a fine line to post it for just deer and open for everything else. Right?
I agree with you. That's another place that we could make improvements because it is, I think most public, when they look at that, they'll say, oh, that's in a CWMU, especially if they see signs and say, I can't go there for any reason, where in reality, it's only a hunt boundary. So if this is a deer only CWMU, you can't hunt deer on that public land, but you can do whatever else. You could just go on a hike if you wanted, but you could hunt birds, you could do whatever else you wanted on that.
I just think you need to make it very, very clear to those landowners that they cannot scold anybody.
Landowner, I think landowners need to know and the public need to know too. Like, I think a lot of public don't realize that they have those rights, but I agree. I think sometimes we do have some landowners that feel like this means nobody can access the public land for anything. Even if it's during their hunt, the public has the right to be there.
Chad, could I help answer that too? The CWMU Association actually has had, to address this problem, has had two different kinds of signs made up. One is an exterior boundary sign for the CWMU that goes around the private, and it says private property, no trespassing. It has another sign made up that just says CWMU boundary. It doesn't have any wording about private property or no trespassing to allow people to go in and do whatever they want. It's public land. And so this has been an ongoing issue that has been tried to be addressed several times, and I think we've made some progress on it. But again, it's still an educational thing, and make sure the landowners aren't trying to keep people off of public lands.
Chad, if we wouldn't allow something like this going forward, to have public land bridge a piece, is now the time to rip the Band-Aid off and say, no, let's not, that extra piece to the west is not going to be part of the CWMU because it's not contiguous?
Yeah, I guess the issue is how much detail, and I think this is what we ran into. The reason why we have these in here is because last year when I presented, a lot of questions came up. So I committed that we would have everything that has public land in it, that we would show these slides, and that's why they're here. What we kind of ran into, I think, starting with the Central Region RAC it was still a timing, because we still have CWMUs. So if this is a 5,000 acre chunk here on the east, we have CWMUs that we've given a variance that they could have that chunk, and you just wouldn't have that land between it, would be outside of the CWMU. And I think that would be mostly tolerable. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be tolerable, I guess. But I'd hate to today say, okay, all of that stuff to the west is out of George Creek, when potentially we could do a variance saying the public land is out, but you can have this non-contiguous piece that's right next to it be part of the CWMU as long as they have their contiguous acres met. So I don't know. I would feel, personally, I'd feel more comfortable going in the direction that we are, where as a division, we can sit down and look really closely. So I know it'd give 3 more years for George Creek right now, but when George Creek came back up, it would be something that we could look at all of those different things and see how it would be affected. And I think we could make a better decision.
I would weigh in on that. I know that the board's only made one mistake, and Troy pointed that out today. But I don't think we can get that thorough. I think that it would be better that we would wait and do that. So,
could I jump in here too, Mr. Chairman? This, again, has been another issue that has been brought up many, many times throughout the advisory committee over the last 5-7 years and the CWMU Association. And the issue is this. Let's say that piece on the west is 4,800 acres. So it doesn't qualify to be a CWMU of any kind, yet it very much benefits wildlife. The landowner very much wants to be enrolled in the program, but because of a few little technicalities and missed the minimums by just a little, they don't get to reap the benefits of being a CWMU, and therefore the wildlife may not get to reap the benefits of it being a CWMU. And so there are benefits to having private land like this in the CWMU program. And if we went to, as Chad suggested or even described, no, that CWMU operator does not want that piece of public in there. That is not the intent of the boundary being drawn the way it currently is. But he does want the piece to the west, and quite frankly, we should all want that piece to the west in the CWMU program for the benefit that it's going to bring to the wildlife. So if we were able to create some exceptions and some variances that would allow that piece to the west to be in the large CWMU without that piece of public, I'm sure that's a section. There would be a 1 mile gap in that contiguous requirement. But if we allowed those, we wouldn't have these kinds of issues. And so I would want us to entertain that idea as we move forward if we talked about taking chunks like that out.
Another thing we're not considering is that trade land that's sitting there. That's, I assume, the same private landowner's land. Nobody's complaining about being able to hunt that. If he went out of the CWMU program and he kept everybody off of everything, then that would be included in being kept off of everything. He's trading 800 acres for 783. I don't know. It has to make sense. Common sense has to fit in. If without common sense, then this won't work.
Mr. Chair, sorry. I know I'm talking too much, but maybe let me step back. I don't want to come off as I'm defending having public lands in CWMUs. I think it's been a concern of the board and certainly concern of the RACs and the public. And I think that's why, as a board, we put this on the action list and asked the division to come back. And I think the division's done a great job. I love the idea. I mean, the advisory committee has been a big part of this and has helped, but I love the idea that every acre of public land in the CWMU is being scrutinized. That's what needs to happen. That's what I think we all should require of this. So I love the idea that it's being scrutinized. I love the idea that every renewal that's going to happen again and again and again, so that we can minimize the public lands in there. So I think we're on the right track. I'm glad this came up a year ago. I'm glad we're to this level right now.
Chad, how long will the renewal process, how long will it take us to get through all of these to where we would go through thoroughly each one of these?
3 years.
3.
Yeah.
Okay. And this will be the first year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
If I could bring up one more while we're on the vertical line there, you've got the section that's public, then you got the vertical line, and you got a little more piece of the public out in there. I mean, I'm sure that was added because of the definable boundary rule or wording. That is obsolete now. And so I'm sure you guys will look at that. I mean, we all have, or most of us have map programs, and we can tell that little jog. And as you look at those, I mean, the definable boundary language is obsolete.
Yeah, that was most of the feedback we got through the RAC process, is really looking at definable boundary. So yeah, well, that'll be one of the things we probably take the hardest look at. Is I don't know if anybody disagrees when it's inside and it's not accessible, and I don't know if anybody disagrees with that land being in CWMUs, but definable boundary, yeah, we're probably gonna look at those real close.
Other questions from the RAC chairs?
I've got some. I first, as it came through our RAC, I'm a fan of CWMUs, and I think most people are. There's just things that I think that could be corrected. And one of the things that I see personally in northern Utah is, I'm not familiar with this property, but let's just say the property that is to the west, where I start having my issues is that's one landowner's property to the left, or to the west, and it's another landowner's property to the right. Thank you, Billy. Thank you for that. I was getting sunburned. Anyway, so you've got property owner A to the west and property owner B to the east, and they come together. A outfitter, someone comes together and is putting this CWMU together. And so we start brokering lands together, and pretty soon they're all coming together and causing one large CWMU. I can get behind a situation where, again, this is my thoughts, where it's one landowner that has that section of BLM, and I can get behind what Wade said of working something out. But what I personally struggle with is when we're starting to see multiple landowners get in and we start having all kinds of variances and everything else to allow all of these landowners to become one large CWMU. And I think that that's one of the issues that we see in northern Utah. I believe it's 87% of public, or 87% of the property up there of the ground is private. It used to be that some of that public ground you could hunt with the trespass fee, or you could, the general public could get on it in one way or another. Once they become part of the CWMU program, they're no longer affordable, and a lot more ground is being used up for CWMUs, and the trade for one public tag isn't as good as what it might have been if it was able to access it through a trespass fee or something else versus a CWMU tag. So that's one of the things that a comment I would have is to look at multiple landowners coming to get cooperating together to try to make one of these, and how it's affecting the landscape.
Any other questions? All right, we'll ask the director to give us a summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 9, we had 14 comments. 3 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 7 comments strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 4 were neutral. The major themes there: public-private permit split options need to be shifted to offer more permits to the public. This would help with getting more permits into the hands of the high bonus point holders for limited entry hunts, as discussed in the previous agenda item. Kind of along the same lines there, but a 75-25 or something lower than the 90-10 split should be the first choice CWMUs have. CWMU hunt dates should be shortened to match those more closely with the general season hunt dates in the surrounding unit. CWMU should not include any public land, and CWMUs and LOAs create less opportunity for the public hunter.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, RAC Chair report.
So the Southern region made a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Scoop?
The Southeast region also made a motion to accept as presented, and it was unanimous.
Brett?
The Northeast region had a motion to accept as presented. It was passed 5-2. The 2 that were opposed were related to this private land issue.
Thank you. Brock?
I'll say the overall sentiment in the central region was to not approve. But what we did, we had a motion to not approve the CWMUs with accessible or peripheral public land without more thorough evaluation. That was a tie vote, and I had to break the vote. And I have voted against that because I didn't think it was fair to the CWMU operators that maybe have already sold their hunts to cancel their CWMU this year or even vote against it. But I will tell you that if it comes again next year and hasn't been addressed, I'm sure our RAC will vote against having CWMUs that have that much public land in them. We did make a motion that any existing CWMU that contains accessible public land be reviewed by the CWMU Advisory Committee 1 year prior to the COR renewal for assessment of those public lands so that we have time to address it. And that motion passed unanimously. And then we had a motion to accept the division's recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah, I echo as far as the amount of conversation that took place. And I think you noticed that in the northern and the central is where the majority of this came from. That's where the majority of the CWMUs are. And there was a lot of discussion. And again, we did accept the division's proposal as presented, with the caveat of having information 1 year prior to the renewal of the CWMU that includes public lands and boundaries. Again, it was passed unanimously, but not happy about it. They feel like there's been lots of conversation about CWMUs. We keep hearing it's going to go to the association, and we're going to hear this, but we just don't feel like anything's actually happening. We don't feel like the RACs or the public is being heard on this, that as far as public lands go, as far as variances go. The CWMU program is 30 years old. It's a great program, but it's antiquated. needs to be some things looked at. The grandfathered term, could something that needs to be, when are we going to stop? When are we going to address that? Also the public lands issues and the enforceable boundaries. And so there was a lot of discussion. We just really hope that the board and all those involved will listen to what the discussions that took place in the northern and central rack.
Thank you, Justin. With that, let's go to public comment. If there's any, I don't have any comment cards. Okay, with that, guess we don't need any clarification on the comments. Let's. So all of the RACs voted to pass with the 2 clarifications from the central region and northern region. And the central regions is that the CWMU Advisory Committee, 1 year prior to their COR renewal for assessment of those accessible public lands. And the northern region is that a caveat of receiving information 1 year prior to the renewal for the CWMU that's include the public lands within its boundaries. Does that summarize all the motions?
Give us time to digest. We're already going through the rack packet and there were so many things going on. And then this is something that was important. It was hard to go one by one and do it. So just some way of making it more clear.
So I would ask the question with Chad stating that in the next 3 years, all of the public land within these will all be very thoroughly scrutinized. I think that's what the central region and northern region's asking for. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Any clarification on that, Chad?
No, I think we're pretty clear on it.
All right, we'll open it up for board discussion.
Mr. Chair, I need to make my annual disclosure and recusal from the vote as I'm involved in the CWMU.
I'm really in favor of swapping lands where we can, and then adding additional public permits to help compensate the public for that land. I think that's a great way to do it. But I would like to see those additional public tags come from the private side of the board where they've got 90-10 split. If they've got, such as George Creek here has some, not necessarily this one because it's traded the land, but if they don't have land to trade, then the additional public tag come from the private 90% of it. So such as Dax got up and suggested might happen. So that's kind of where I am on this one.
I had a chance a few years ago to sit on the CWMU board, and we granted some variances on situations where there was a little bit of public land or whatever, but they were legitimately valid reasons. It's hard to sit here and just look at a map and say, that doesn't look right. And I think with this advent of possibly a benefit for the public by donating some of the public land, I think that could make it sell with the public as well. But I know the variances we granted at that time, they had very legitimate reasons, and it was a logical conclusion at the time. So the contiguous part, that was tricky, but that was they weren't just half-baked plans. It wasn't a land grab like a lot of people think. It was very thoughtful and very well researched on which would be the best plan for that particular CWMU. So,
and I'll just echo what Gary. In the Central Rack, while this one looks to be a problem, there was always but it worked perfectly in this situation. So I don't think we want to be hardline on it, but at least I would, just my recommendation in the review is that we start without any public. I'm going to vote to approve these because I don't think we should pull the rug out from under these guys. But next year we start with no public land at all in these. and then we reissue those variances. Instead of just saying they're grandfathered in or everything that way, we start with none. And we initiate the variance process again, rather than just business as usual. This may have worked, it may work perfectly now, but I want people to start with no public land and explain why it works. And if it works, great, I'll support that. But just to come and say, hey, because we've done this or here, I think the public has said we don't want that public ground in there. And so I understand that it's just a thought process change, but I think we owe it to start it. But as we review these every 3 years, we start back at zero.
Yeah, I support that also. Some of our CWMUs have, they're checkerboarded. Every square mile is something else. And in our rule, we can't have corners where corners meet. If you've got a corner up here and a corner or a piece up here and they're meeting here, the corners don't make it contiguous. And it really looks kind of funny. Now, it might be the right thing to do, and I'm not saying it's not, but when you see some of those and you've got 15 square miles of stuff, but they're scattered in through there, it just kind of looks funny. And I really like that idea that we need to go back and justify and make sure that we're doing the right thing there on each one. So I can support that, Carl.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
could I jump in too? I can agree with these comments. I think that's kind of the baseline where we want to start. I don't think any CWMU wants to have public land in their CWMU. But the comment that Carl made about these identifiable boundaries being an obsolete concept, I understand the sentiment behind that. I also think that should probably apply to this corner-to-corner rule, or perhaps even a rule, this contiguous rule. Maybe we need to relook at all of it. If mapping technologies have come to the point where they've allowed us to, that this enforceable thing doesn't matter, then we can kind of sort through and figure out where a CWMU is or where it isn't. And I think if we can be a little more flexible on allowing properties in the program, then I think CWMUs are certainly going to let go of places like this that have been keeping them legal. It's not a greed issue. It's just we have got a very specific rule in place that says, here you're a CWMU, here you're not. And if we can loosen the grip on that just a little bit, well, I think a lot of these public lands can come out. So I think we can work on both sides of this and probably get to a far better place for everybody, honestly.
Even one of the calls I got is it's cheaper it's one of these checkerboard ones. He goes, it's cheaper for me to rent a helicopter. I don't think I can land it, but I can jump out of it and fly into that one section thing and hunt elk than it is to buy a permit. And so, I mean, people do not want this. I hope people aren't flying helicopters into them, but I think we need to go back to zero and work out rather than this is what we've done forever. So.
Do we need to convene a CWMU committee like we did the Landowner Association rule and re-look at this? I mean, Chad, would that help?
Yeah, that's on my radar. I want to get done with the Landowner Association one first, but after that's done, yeah, I think it's time to get a committee and look at it. So.
We ready for a motion?
I'll take a stab at one. I'd like to approve the presentation as presented with the caveat that any additional public tags necessary due to public land being within the CWMU where land is not available to be traded out, that those come from the CWMU side or the private side, and that we convene a CWMU committee to relook at the entire rule. That's long.
Okay. Oh, I think it's thorough. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, questions on the motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote individually. Bryce?
Yes.
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 I think I'm going to recuse.
Yes.
Perfect. Motion passes. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 10. Riley, please give us a little quick review.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that I don't take too much of your time. Recently, we had a review committee within the division look at some of the once-in-a-lifetime recommendations for the fall and noticed that we had 2 minor overlaps. And so we have the desire just to come and fix those today. The first of one, move the start date of the Beaver Mountain Goat for the hunt 6801 forward 2 days from October 1st to the 3rd to prevent an overlap from that rifle season. And then the second one, move the date of the Newfoundland Bighorn Sheep Hunt 6704 back from the 19th to the 18th to prevent overlap of archery and rifle. And with that, those are the only 2 date recommendations or corrections. And I'd like to thank the division staff that searched that over and recognized those 2 that fell through the cracks.
Thanks, Riley. Questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Summary?
On agenda item number 10, we didn't collect any public comment.
All right, rack chair report? Okay. Okay, perfect.
If there's no comments from up here, I'll just make the recommendation that we make the changes as presented.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. All right, agenda item number 11.
I'm Stacy Coons. I'm the Wildlife Board Coordinator, and I'll be introducing the item for number 11. In your packet, you'll notice there was a variance request for the personal possession of a prohibited species. Just a little bit of background for the board members that are new or those who haven't had one of these requests come before them. Any species that's listed on our prohibited species list, in order for someone to possess it, they do have to receive a variance from the Wildlife Board. That is what Samantha Nelson has requested today. So I'm here to lay the case out for you. We won't go through her application that was included in your board packet, as well as the division's recommendation. We do have our veterinarian on staff. She should be popping up on the screen here. Ginger Stout is here to answer any questions that you may have for her. And Samantha Nilsson is here, and she would like to address the board as well. So if there are no questions for me, she does have a small handout for the board that I'll pass out and turn the time over to her. Are you okay with that? Okay. I guess I should clarify. The division's recommendation is to deny the variance request.
Is she going first or am I guess? Hi, I'm Samantha. Thank you for taking the time to give me a chance to clarify a few things. I'm sorry, I was the child that avoided book reports, so this makes me really nervous. We own a family-run business called Down Home Doodle. Down Home Doodle is a content creation company where we share day-to-day activities as animal trainers and dog breeders. That's done through film, videography, and photography on our social media platforms. We are not open to the public, and we're not open to the public, and all interactions with our animals is done virtually. Our goal is to provide training for both our clients and our dogs that goes through our training program to ensure a successful long life placement. We provide 3 different training levels for our dogs: basic obedience, trick dog, and we also train some service animals as well. Our dogs have been successfully placed in over 11 different countries and almost in every single state in the US. Presley, our capuchin monkey, she's 3 years old. She was purchased originally to research capuchins' abilities to provide services to disabled people, such as turning pages of books, opening bottles, zipping up zippers, placing glasses on people's faces. We have also started training her to perform some tasks for some different films. Presley is the face of our social media page, where she provides entertainment to people all over the world. Not only is she a huge part of our business, but she has also become a huge part of our family. Presley spends maybe max 5 hours in her enclosure a day. The rest of the day, she is with a handler. Presley is extremely friendly. She loves people. She is affectionate, and we haven't seen any bouts of aggression from her. As of right now, we've split our time in our homes from Utah and Ohio, but due to our parents aging and their most recent illnesses, we need to be back in Utah full time. I actually love Utah. I've been a dedicated hunter my entire life, so I'm actually happy to be back full time. Let's see. And I'm sorry about my little packet, but I didn't know if I would be able to do the projection thing, so we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. The first couple of pages are just some pictures of Presley interacting with our family. The next page you will see, we are in the process of building a 3,600 square foot training facility here in Utah. With the approval of Presley's variants, I'm referring to Presley as our capuchin. We will be building her an indoor and outdoor enclosure as well. I've shared with you, the next page over is our proof of funding. I didn't want to state those numbers out to the public, but we have a large amount of funding available to make a really nice enclosure for her. The facility will have a full kitchen, climate control, 24-hour monitoring with cameras, and our whole system will have a wash down for sanitation. I understand that the division has some concerns of her becoming aggressive with age, and with our facility designed the way it is, we will be able to adequately care for her if there ever became an issue. And this will also give us a place where she can be secure when we have to come and go. So the next concern I would like to address, the division had noted public safety concerns due to chance of escape. They also said that Presley would not have a chance of survival in Utah's climate, obviously. We live in Indianola. There's nothing that she would be interested in eating out there. There's 2 maps that I've provided you guys. One is a map of where we live, the stars where we live here in Indianola. The nearest towns are Fairview, which is 9 miles south, and Spanish Fork, which is 23 miles north, right? Yeah, north. The other one is our plot map of our whole neighborhood. We live in a recreational neighborhood, so there's only 7 full-time neighbors that we have, and they're all in agreement that they would love to have Presley there. This whole neighborhood is 300 acres, and we own 30 of them. So even if she escaped, I don't think she'd go too far or cause too many problems. The next one was due to how we run our business, and it's ran pretty uniquely without interacting with any clients. Let me back up because this was brought up. When we bought Presley, she was used for in-person interactions in a zoo. And when we first got her in Ohio, we did more in-person interactions, but due to concerns with liability, we changed that, and it's only done virtually now. But due to the unique nature of how we run our business, I would think that you guys could approve her for commercial use. Our business solely relies on content creation through videography, photography, and that's how we relay information, create more business, provide entertainment to our clients. Filming is the foundation to our business. We definitely do not try to promote primate ownership, as we know firsthand that they are an extremely hard animal, messy animal to take care of, and you need a handler that understands their behavior. And also, there was concern about more people wanting to bring primates in because we were promoting it. All our followers, I would say 99% of them are out of the state of the country. I've only had a couple dogs that have ever really stayed in Utah, maybe 10 our whole time. So that's that page. And then the division had a whole list of concerns with diseases. And if it's okay, I'll go over them one by one with you guys. The first one was leptospirosis. I dug and dug and dug. We homeschool our kids, so this was like homeschool project 101. I talked to every vet I knew. We were unable to confirm any cases where lepto was spread from a capuchin monkey to a human. Leptospirosis is also most common in temperate or tropical climates. Since Utah's neither of those, it's not common here. Leptospirosis can also be easily prevented through sanitary practices. Let's see, the next one I have, actually that's a printout from the CDC on lepto. The next one was measles. I was also unable to find a confirmed case where measles spread from a capuchin to a human. Most humans, like me, are vaccinated by MMR for measles, mumps, and rubella, so we're at low risk for contracting the disease. I think I would be more concerned about Presley catching the measles from somebody else, but with my research, I can see that they can be vaccinated for MMR, and that would be something we'd be open to discussing. The next page just goes over all the different case counts of the measles. There was 47 cases in 2021 this year as of November 18th. As of 2020, there were 13 cases. So I don't know if I would consider that a big risk. The next one is monkeypox. It's very rare. The only cases here have ever been caused by international travel or importation of animals, and this was by rodents. None of these cases were caused by a capuchin monkey. They all came from rodents. My cute little 9-year-old daughter suggested that we change the name to squirrelpox instead of monkeypox. She was pretty offended that they called it that. Here's all the cases, the next page, the confirmed cases. In 2021, this year, a US resident got it from Nigeria and traveled back to the United States. July, the same thing happened. He contracted monkeypox in Nigeria and came back. In 2003 is when they had an outbreak, and it was confirmed. I've kind of highlighted everything here. It was confirmed that the monkeypox came from a shipment of animals from Ghana, and there was 800 small animals, and they were all rodents. I think the next page says, yes, that it was spread to prairie dogs, and that's how people contracted it. So that is on monkeypox. The next one is monkey bee virus. Monkey bee virus or herpes virus is spread from macaque monkeys, not capuchin monkeys. Capuchin monkeys, if they contract the virus from a macaque monkey, they get very sick and die, where macaque monkeys, 70 to 80% of them will carry the virus, and it's kind of dormant. You don't see any signs of illness. We don't have any free roaming colonies of macaque monkeys, so I feel like the exposure to Presley is pretty rare. I know that there's a few macaque monkeys in the University of Utah, but like I said, I don't think she's going to have any interaction with them. Bee virus can spread. Bee virus spreads, can infect, the macaque monkeys can spread it to people. This just goes on to say on the CDC that there's free roaming macaque monkeys in Asia, and they have not had a confirmed case of it spreading to any humans there. Only one case of it has ever been documented from an infected person spreading it to another person. And the next page, it says there has not been documented cases from capuchins where they have spread the virus. think that's all I really have to say on that. The next is rabies. I printed you out something from the CDC that shows every single case that a human has contracted rabies. None of them have been caused by a monkey. Most of them are by bats, a couple of raccoons, and there's usually 1 to 2 cases reported annually. Since 2009 to 2018, we've had 25 cases, and 7 of those were acquired from outside the United States and its territories. Almost done. The last 2 are 2 letters from my vets. Both these vets I've worked with since 2004. They both have agreed to assume care of Presley if we relocate her back here. I have vets in both Idaho and Ohio that are willing to mentor them on caring for Presley. It's not like caring for a dog, it's a little bit different. Presley can easily be transported also to Idaho if we ever have something, that my vets don't feel comfortable treating. I think that's it. I'm sure I skipped over a whole bunch of stuff, but it's all in the packet if you want to review it. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And I also want you guys to know, and the vet too, that we are open to working with the division on all your concerns, and we can make any adjustments to any criteria that you feel is important. Thank you.
Thank you. If my kids have a book report, can I have them get a hold of you?
Oh, no. They would get an F.
Thank you. Very thorough and appreciate that. Can we turn the time over to Virginia.
Hello, everyone. I apologize for not being there in person. We're in the middle of our capture season right now, so I've been all over the state trying to help coordinate that. So just as the division, we did have those concerns that, you've already heard. The real risk that we think is possible is public health and safety. I know the diseases that we did mention are rare, but that may just be the case that there's not a lot of monkeys in possession in the US. So, of course, there's not going to be many diseases in that respect, just because there's not a lot of them. There are, no real significant concerns with genetic integrity of wildlife, since there aren't monkeys in the US, or ecological impacts. And it does sound like the facilities mentioned are acceptable. But the main point that we wanted to just emphasize is we don't want to have, monkeys, or this request. What am I trying to say? I'm sorry. So yeah, like I said, public health and safety is our main concern. So, and that includes biting and scratching other people. Usually when that does happen, sometimes the animal is taken away to test for rabies. That would have to be a decision made by multiple agencies if it was to occur. And then just the chance of escape if they're going to be on the property and not really confined. Yeah, those are our main points. Do you have any questions for me?
No, I think that is very good. Does the board have any questions for Virginia?
I guess how many monkeys do we have? Do we have any or at all, or maybe Stacy can answer that. How many monkey permits do we have?
So that's a great question. We have had requests come before the board. They've never made it. I shouldn't say that. One has made it to the board. Prior to that, where they've requested the monkey as a service animal, which it does not qualify for. The petitioner on that one moved out of state with her monkey when that became apparent that we were not going to approve that. We have had one other case where there was a monkey brought into the state illegally. The family had possessed it for close to 15 years. It was our law enforcement officers that came upon it. They did petition the board for a variance for the rest of that monkey's life, showing that they had had it in their possession for that length. And the Wildlife Board did authorize that under a long, lengthy list of stipulations. Much of that was, it was confined. It wasn't used for any type of commercial purpose. It wasn't taken out to parks and to businesses. It was absolutely kept away from the public. And that was the stipulation that was put in place when the Wildlife Board agreed to that. And it was only for the life of that monkey, and that was the end of that COR. We have denied numerous requests for monkeys. They are a prohibited species in Utah. It is a health and safety issue as far as we're concerned. It is an escapement issue. Their facility has been upgraded from what was submitted during the initial application. So there's a change there. I have contacted the county that their property is in, and they don't have a strong feeling either way. If it's approved by the Wildlife Board, they would accept that. If it was denied, they would accept that as well. The state vet from the Department of Agriculture sat on the committee. He was also opposed to bringing monkeys into the state. From the agricultural side, I believe we reached out to Hogle Zoo. They were also in opposition to it. And so that's where the division has based their recommendation of a denial at this time.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Okay, discussion from the board.
You know what, you're just completely a shadow back there. Okay, you're the lady that owns this monkey. This is a big facility. And now, is it for your dogs, or what do you?
Well, but we actually started building the facility.
Go ahead, come to the mic.
So we've split our time from Ohio and Utah, and this year, well, last year we were mostly in Utah, and that's when my husband started building the facility, and this summer we were mostly in Ohio. So now that we're trying to get back to Utah, we need to get it finished for both our dogs and Presley, but obviously it's huge. There's plenty of room for both Presley and our dogs.
But you're not looking to next year saying, okay, we have some other kind of monkey, but we have room for another monkey.
Presley is enough. I mean, Presley is a full-time job. We have 4 kids, like I said, and my husband and I both train. We're home all day, and she is a full-time job for our whole entire family. Plus, we have some employees that come and go every now and then. So, no, I will never have another monkey besides Presley. I also would like to state Wyoming, Idaho, and Nevada, they both allow capuchin ownership. There's 20, you have to have a license or a permit in Idaho. There's 22 other states that let you have a capuchin and own them privately. And there's thousands of monkeys. You can get on Facebook and join monkey groups, and lots of people own monkeys privately.
So right now, the monkey is here, or is the monkey in Ohio?
The monkey is in Ohio, unfortunately for me, with one of our caregivers. So hopefully you guys will approve and we can get her back here with our family.
It pulls at my heartstrings because I know when I was about 12 years old, my family moved and we had to leave my horse behind. And so I feel a little pain.
Yes, she's been a big part of our family.
So what's the life expectancy of this monkey?
They can live 40 years.
And can I just say one more thing in regards to that? So since they do live so long, aggression can come later. So that's a consideration as well.
When we built our facilities, we had aggression from Presley, and she's handled so much. I would be surprised if that happened. And since we're animal trainers, we are pretty good with animal behavior. yeah, I have a lot of connections in the primate world now. So if we ever became ill or something happened, it wouldn't be a situation where we'd be dumping her. There's lots of people that would be willing to take her, including the zoo we got her from.
Mr. Chair, I just want to applaud the Stanleys for coming in and going through this process. This is the process. They have applied, they've come to this body. I know it's been obviously considerable work, and I just appreciate their passion and their willingness to go through this, expend this energy and do what they have. So regardless of this outcome, I just want you to know I applaud you and your efforts. Having said that, I do have some concerns about precedents. I think maybe we all do just a little bit. So yeah, I'm a little with you, Randy, but I also see the other side.
Well, I'll jump in with some of my thoughts, and that would be the same. This presentation and the time and the effort that they've taken is far above what you normally would see. I too have concerns in that once we open this door, the precedent that we set, and I would say that we probably aren't going to see the same level of a care facility, and so we need to be really careful in what we do. But I also think we need to consider this case individually. Because of what has been presented as well. And so I think that the board's got a tough decision ahead.
This is too hard.
You always have the right to table it. I'm sure they wouldn't appreciate that. I can answer any more questions for you, but.
One question I have, Stacy, is can you, there are many variance requests and many of them don't ever make it to the Wildlife Board, but can you just address the board as, black and white, why the division has to be where it is on these variance requests, and maybe just, across the board, not just with monkeys, but how many the division sees.
I'd hate to put a number on it. We receive numerous requests from people who want a different type of pet, an exotic pet, a wow factor pet. And so there has to be a line drawn on what is allowed in the state and what we simply prohibit. In this case, as of right now, monkeys are a prohibited species in our state. If that's something that the board wanted to look at a certification change for, any of these species could have their certification changed if that's the direction that people felt it should go. But to put it in perspective, we receive variance requests for viper snakes, or it's from the silly right up to the out and out dangerous, the lion, the mountain lion, the African lion. We receive them for all of those. And I understand the difficulty that this puts you in. It's very difficult to tell somebody that their pet is not allowed in this state. The hard fact is right now their pet is prohibited in Utah. And like Samantha said, it is allowed in numerous other states that have opted to open that door and to set regulations for it. Utah has not done that. So at this point, for them to possess it, it would need to be as a variance from you. And if you were to grant that, you are opening the door for commercial possession of a monkey, because that's what her COR is going to be listed under. I don't envy your position. But unfortunately, this is what comes with the jacket. And I'd say they're not.
You can have it back, Stacy.
And it is difficult. Nobody wants to be the one to say no to a family. I mean, I see all the kids down there. It's a hard decision. But as it stands right now, monkeys are prohibited in the state of Utah.
One thing to that is when we do make these exceptions, just like with the elk ranching, the Department of Agriculture has to have a certain amount of staff that works in that. And I would think that if we did open that door, we also have to realize that there are probably many factors that we would be affecting in going down that road.
That's true.
Mr. Chair, could I make one other maybe observation? I'm not inclined to create a variance and make an exception just because of the precedents it sets. But it sounds like there's a legitimate argument to revisit the rule. And perhaps even with this type of monkey, maybe I would personally feel more comfortable going that route, revisiting the rule and perhaps making a change there to make it legal to own that kind of animal in Utah, as opposed to making an exception and giving it a variance.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, please, Virginia.
So in this case, the care is exceptionally better than most of the ones that we see. You know, most of the monkeys that come in do not have as much care as this one is getting currently. And that just creates a really sad, a sad situation where this Department of Ag does have to go in or the division and remove the monkey from possession. There's just been very bad situations that we've, seen in the past in other places. So I just want to mention that. And I'm totally on the same page as Stacy in regards to where we're at with the rule.
Thank you, Virginia. I'd like to call Colby up as an expert witness on capuchin monkeys.
I see we're using the term expert very loosely in the afternoon.
Can we just talk about deer? So, no, I just want that, Wade mentioned that to look at the rule and what we allow and don't allow. And I just wanted to let the board know that we're actually in the process right now of revisiting the collection, importation, and possession rule. Now, in this certain situation, I don't know that we're going to make, and I'm not predicting that we're making requirements more liberal or more strict, but we're looking at every species and deciding as to what those requirements are going to be.
Thank you. Bryce.
If that's the case, I would be more inclined to table it and I would hate to, say yay or nay today if, let the division look at it, come back and then make that decision because, I don't know, maybe Colby will have a softening of heart.
Colby, can you talk about when you will be making some decisions on that ballpark?
Yeah, it's a big, complicated rule. Like it's not, all of our rules are complicated, but this is one where we're dealing with a lot of species that take a lot of research and a lot of work. And so we've put a lot of work into it. We started this process about 2 years ago.
You can have it ready with the trail camera one.
We're probably, it depends on how many surveys you ask for, Kevin. We're probably at least, we're probably a year out. Like, I don't want to say this is going to be ready tomorrow. This is going to be, and again, I'm not saying that this would or wouldn't be allowed. I'm saying that we're looking at it and we're looking at all species and going through it. Virginia Ginger got hired on a few months ago. Before that, we had another wildlife vet. Ginger's been great to work with, and we threw her right into this. So super fun. You're welcome. So,
Colby, I want you to know it's been a lot easier to tell you no today than it is to tell Samantha no. I'm just saying.
You guys are used to disappointing me or letting me.
I think Colby brings up a good idea. We should look at a survey. Just kidding. Samantha, come up.
I realize this is an extremely hard decision to make. I have reservation myself with you guys changing the rule just because I have a love for capuchin monkeys. And I think if you were to consider that, I would really like to be a part, and since I've owned a capuchin, help you come up with some requirements for people to own them. But I'd also like to ask if maybe you could issue a temporary allowance for her to come here. Our parents are both having some medical and health issues that we really need to get back here to Utah. Where Presley is right now is, it's okay. We've worked really hard to get her to where she's at in her training, and her being with a different handler obviously sets her back, and it's pretty heartbreaking when we put so much work into her. So that would be my request. If you guys are going to wait and try and change the rule, that maybe you allow a temporary variance while you're working on it.
Thank you.
The reason this is hard is I think you guys are responsible owners. I mean, we've had other ones that have come here and we're like, nah, we're not going to do that. But it is hard. I really don't want a monkey here, but you guys are good, responsible owners. I'm not interested in a temporary, and I would rather have you reapply if it was changed. So this is going to kill me, but I'm going to recommend that we deny this. Make the motion that we deny this.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Got a motion on the table for denial and a second by Wade. Any questions on the motion? Any discussion?
You have a hard time making exceptions to those kind of rules. There's times and places, and like say, this lady makes a very good case for it, but I hate to open that door to exceptions to the rule where the rules are in place for a reason. I'm glad they're revisiting the rules. I mean, I think they need to be looked at always, but I'd have a hard time recommending an exception to the rule.
Mr. Chairman, that's kind of where I'm at as well. I agree with Carl. This is kind of an ideal situation. If we were ever going to make an exception, this would probably be it. And I just don't feel like, it just doesn't feel right to go that route. I would much rather go the route of revisiting the rule. Sounds like there's a very valid case to be made that we could take this off the prohibited list. I would recommend that's kind of the route we go, and I would love to have help from Samantha with regard to this. I recognize it puts them in a significant challenge not to give her temporary allowance, but for the same reasons that Gary bring up, I struggle with that as well.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote individually. Bryce?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, but before you call for the vote, I just want to clarify. Kobe may have been a little more optimistic than he normally is. It is probably very unlikely that monkeys will be removed from the list, that they will be changed from prohibited based on conversations with the Department of Ag. So I don't want to give the impression that there's a possible rule change here in the next year or so that would benefit Samantha, because that's, in all honesty, probably not true. So I just wanted you to know that before you take your vote.
Okay, that's very valid, and I would ask the question to Carl. Does it?
It doesn't change.
Okay.
It doesn't change that. Let me tell you, it's busting me up, but it's that motion has to happen.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Stacy, what's the structural, how does that work? That does not come before us. That is Department of Ag?
We do involve the Department of Ag, the Department of Health, and then we reach out to other state veterinarians when we're dealing with a prohibited species, especially if we're considering to remove it off of that list. So it is not a recommendation that just the division would make. So what you would see is a revision to the collection, importation, and possession rule, which would list it as a prohibited. So in order for it to be removed from there, these other conversations with these other agencies will have taken place first. And if their recommendation is also to remove it, then you'll see it come off of that list. But like I said before, it's highly unlikely that monkeys is going to be removed from that list, just based on conversations with the Department of Ag and the Department of Health.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe just a follow-up, I guess, comment then. I guess, given what Stacy's telling us, I'm with Colby. I'm an optimist. I would encourage Samantha and her family and others that are like-minded to start a little campaign, lobby this. I mean, I really struggle when we've got unelected officials making blanket policy decisions like this. I would much rather see it go to a board, an appointed board or something. Because I do believe there's a way. I guess that's my point. Even though maybe there's not a lot of traction for it right now, I want to believe there is a way that rule could be changed. If there's a very valid argument for it, this type of monkey, majority of the people agree is probably not a big health and public safety risk, then I want to believe there's a way.
You keep your motion?
I will. Okay. Can I make a comment? I have no experience with monkeys, but how does there's a rodeo halftime monkey that rides a border collie and chases sheep, so I relate to that monkey. But how does something like that happen if they're so illegal in the state? I don't understand.
And then that gets to be a little complicated too, because some of those as acts are commercial acts. Most are licensed in another state and they get a temporary permit to come in and out of our state during their performance or whatever you want to call it. It goes along the same lines as the traveling circus animals. We give them a temporary COR for them for the 2 weeks or so that they're in our state. They follow significant structured concerns about where that animal can be, what kind of contact it can have with people. And so all of that is set through the Department of Ag when they do an import license with that. So that's a different process, and they're in our state for a short period of time. So it falls under something different. In this case, we're talking about the commercial / personal use of a prohibited full-time in our state, 100% time of the year. So it falls under a different qualification for that. But that was probably more information than you needed. But that's how the novelty acts come in. The Department of Ag gives them a temporary limited time use to be in our state.
All right, with that, we have a motion on the table. With no more discussion, I'll call for vote. Bryce?
Yes.
And this is the vote against, right? Okay.
Yes.
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 Yes, I guess.
Yes.
I would like to just address Samantha that I too, this is a tough one. We see many of these, and we know you've done your time and homework, and we really appreciate you coming. I think along with Wade, we would encourage you to continue the discussion with the division and approach the avenue of getting that variance through this other avenue. And we thank you for your time. With that, is there any other business? Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimous, adjourned.